Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency, the Portuguese Minister of National Defense, Professor João Gomes Cravinho, we welcome you to the conference entitled Portugal's Defense Space Conference. This is a pioneering event for the Portuguese national defense and intends to fulfill two specific objectives. On one hand, present the main guidelines of the Portuguese national defense strategy for space 2020-2030, and on the other hand, to allow the dialogue between the various stakeholders that make up the universe of national defense. In this sense, the conference was designed to bring together the various defense stakeholders so that we can jointly debate and reflect on the current and future status of the defense in this domain, space. Furthermore, we inform that this event is also being virtually recorded and will be joined by participants from all over the world. We wish you all an excellent conference. To open this conference, we give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of National Defense of Portugal, Professor João Gomes Cravinho.
Senhor Almirante, Chefe de Estado-Maior da Armada, Senhor General, Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Senhor General, Chefe de Estado-Maior da Força Aérea, Senhor Deputado, Vice-Presidente da Comissão de Defesa Nacional, Senhores dirigentes do Ministério da Defesa Nacional, Senhores oficiais generais, and now I pass to English. Good morning to all participants and panelists of our first National Defense Space Conference. Let me begin by welcoming you all to the National Defense Space Conference, welcoming you also to this beautiful fort. If you were here during the night time, I can tell you that the view of the night sky would be inspirational. Since we are here during the day, I'm afraid that we must take inspiration from our work. Your participation today and tomorrow reflects the many very useful contributions that we have been gathering from different stakeholders within and beyond the Ministry of National Defense in order to build a shared defense policy for space, a policy to which I attach great importance. The question that I would like to start with is the following. Why do we need a Portuguese defense strategy for space? And why do we need it now? My immediate answer would be that we need it because it is in Portugal's strategic interest, for two main reasons. First, Portugal has important sovereignty and jurisdiction responsibilities in a vast area of the Atlantic. We are territorially discontinuous, with most of our landmass on the European continent, but with important island archipelagos in the Atlantic, Açores and Madeira. Our challenge is to ensure freedom of action in all relevant operational domains: land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace. And it is also essential for us to secure the Portuguese and the Euro-Atlantic maritime area from illicit criminal activities through the surveillance and control of these strategic areas with a multi-domain approach to defense. Furthermore, satellites and space-based services are vital for our nation's economy and for our modern lifestyles. They enable a wide range of civilian activities, from agriculture to transport, energy, or communications. Any disruptions of those services would have severe consequences for us all. So we must adapt to these changing circumstances and realities. Secondly, Portugal and its partners and allies in NATO and the European Union increasingly rely on space-based services and infrastructures for risk analysis and early warning, for the surveillance of critical infrastructures, and for the planning and conduct of our security. The rapid increase in commercial and technological space activities, with more and more public and private actors active in this domain, only adds to the complexity of the space environment. However, as we increasingly rely on space to lead our daily lives, there is a growing awareness that critical assets in space are not safe from attack and disruption. Space systems and infrastructures are both potential targets and a source of risks. Hybrid threats and hostile strategies can hinder our access and our freedom of operation in this global common domain. At the same time, space is becoming more and more congested, with the growing number of civilian and military objects in orbit, making it an increasingly competitive domain. This context demands major changes in our strategies, our policies, our investments, our capabilities, and our understanding of this new strategic environment. For some countries, space has now become a distinct domain for operations. Many of our allies are adopting space policies and expanding their defense space programs. NATO has recognized space as a new operational domain in 2019 and has adopted a NATO space policy. In the latest revision of our legislation on the organization of the armed forces, we have established that the military aspects of the Portuguese defense space program should be fully developed as a joint capability under the leadership of the Armed Forces General Staff. At the same time, Portugal believes that collective security is one of the pillars of our own security. Secure access to space for EU member states and for NATO allies must be promoted and defended as a priority for both organizations. This is vital for our collective credibility and for our resilience and capability to act in this domain. So these are the main reasons why we adopted the Portuguese defense strategy for space that we are presenting today. We cannot afford not to be present in this vital domain. This strategy is one important part of the answer to the challenges of adapting and innovating at all levels, politically, in the armed forces, and in the defense industry ecosystem. Our intention is that this document should work as an accelerator and as a multiplier of the Portuguese National Space Strategy adopted in 2020. While identifying specific priorities of vital importance for national defense, we are actively contributing to the broader priorities of the Portuguese government in this area. The strategy and the action plan will hopefully contribute decisively to, one, enhancing the effectiveness of the armed forces through the use of space. Two, build military capabilities in the space domain in an integrated manner by ensuring joint command and control and joint operational management. Three, ensure public funding for the development of the defense space sector. And four, strengthening cooperation at the national level and with our allies. The essence of any strategy is to strike the right balance between limited means and vital objectives. This is precisely what we are doing in the Ministry of Defense. Since 2019, the Ministry of National Defense has been actively engaged in the Portuguese Space Agency as one of its founding members. In this context, we have been participating in several EU space initiatives, namely the European Space Surveillance Initiatives and Tracking Programme, a consortium in which we work closely with the autonomous regions of the Açores and Madeira through a dedicated program. In May, this program reached its first milestone when the Space Operations Centre became operational in Terceira Island in the Açores, becoming the first governmental operational program in Portugal in the space area with dual civil-military characteristics, managed by National Defense. The partnership with the Portuguese Space Agency will continue to be strengthened with the recent creation of a defense division within the Portuguese Space Agency. The Portuguese defense strategy for space will be an important instrument not only for the ability of our armed forces to carry out their missions, but hopefully to build a stronger defense industry in Portugal. Apart from defense and security reasons, there are also good economic reasons for this. Developing new projects in these areas related to space systems and space technologies will contribute to the creation of qualified employment fostering research, development and innovation, and developing new national skills. This will be critical not only for the defense economy cluster, but for post-pandemic recovery and growth of the Portuguese and European economies. The Portuguese defense strategy for space will also contribute to our resilience in responding to complex civil emergencies resulting from extreme weather events in the context of climate change. The Portuguese armed forces play a fundamental role in supporting civilian authorities in the protection of populations from the disruptive impact of these types of emergencies and in the protection of critical infrastructures. Space technologies can be of great use in this regard and are therefore also a strategic investment at the service of civil protection and national security and defense. The Portuguese defense strategy for space is also a contribution to the European Union security and defense policy. We are currently in the process of drafting the European Union strategic compass that will provide guidelines in security and defense for the 27 member states. And one of the issues that we have supported is the development of a specific space strategy for security and defense at the European level. The strategic compass should help us to promote close synergies between civilian and defense space industries. Both of these are vital for our well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Defense Strategy for Space is a natural product of our desire to think in a clear and articulated way about our investment priorities in space. And I would like to thank all of those who have invested their energy in moving national defense towards this vital area for our security. Our aim is to ensure that national defense can work in space for the benefit of our populations. And I hope that today and tomorrow's discussions will help us to illuminate the way along this path. I wish you a good 2 days of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As a result of the approval of the strategy Portugal Space 2030 in 2018, space was assumed as a fundamental resource for the collective ambitions of Portugal, its industries, and scientific and technological institutions, both public and private. In 2019, the Portuguese Space Agency was created, of which the Ministry of National Defense is one of its founding members. Monitoring and participating in its activities, seeking synergies with other European funding, positioning national companies linked to the national defense, and seeking to identify new opportunities that fill the gaps in our systems. Hence, in 2020, it was necessary to start the process of reflecting on what should be the space strategy for defense, both strategic and operational point of view, as well as in view of possible investment opportunities and technological innovation. Now we call the Deputy Director for the National Defense Resources Directorate and Chair of the Defense Space Program Working Group, Major General Jorge Couto Real Andrade, who will now present the National Defense Strategy for Space 2020-2030. This is a document that was developed by the Defense Space Program Working Group, which included the participation of the Director for National Defense Resources, the Director for National Defense Policy, the General Staff of the Armed Forces, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the National Aeronautical Authority, Portugal Defense, and the National Defense Institute. It also had the participation of the National Security Office and the Portuguese Space Agency. Major General Jorge Couto Real Andrade, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Minister of National Defense, Honorables Chiefs of Staff of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, Vice Chairman of the National Defense Commission, Directors of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers and Ministry of National Defense, representative of the Regional Government of the Azores, representatives of the defense industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Resorting to the space domain to enhance the autonomy and freedom of action in the defense of sovereignty and national interests, improving the capacity to know, act, and protect our society and territory is the Defense Space Strategy 2020-2030 final goal ambition. Thus, in order to guarantee that the action of national defense can benefit from space and at the same time boost the development of a sector that at the European level is assumed to be a priority for the future of information and communication societies, this national defense strategy articulates the development of capabilities, investment priorities, and the preparation of human and technical resources necessary to take full advantage of the space dimension. The exploration of the space domain and the development of associated technologies are a national objective, representing an imperative for the promotion of social, scientific, and economic progress, and for the security and defense of our country and our allies. As such, national defense takes into account NATO's strategic and operational objectives, arising from the declaration of space as a new operational domain for the Alliance. Initiatives and proposals developed by the EU member states and the European Commission, the European financial frameworks, namely the European Defence Fund, and the European space programs. Furthermore, the National Defence Space Strategy aims to affirm national defence as a core enabler of the National Space Strategy. In this regard, national defence has been one of the founding members of the Portuguese Space Agency, follows the EU Space Programme, and is developing the Magellan Orbital Project through the defence holding company IDD Portugal Defence. Moreover, the Defence Space Strategy aims to achieve information superiority and resilient and secure connectivity required to support the full spectrum of the armed forces missions in increasingly complex multi-domain operational environments, namely within the scope of cooperative security or collective defense, or even in an autonomous framework for the protection of Portuguese communities abroad in areas of crisis or armed conflicts, surveillance and control of areas of sovereignty or national jurisdiction, as well as response to complex emergencies. In fact, Portugal has important sovereignty and jurisdictional responsibilities, where it is vital to counter the discontinuity of its territory, to ensure freedom of action in all operational domains, as well to exercise surveillance and control over illicit and criminal activities that may threaten national and Euro-Atlantic security. Therefore, the products and services resulting from space capabilities have a special relevance for national defense by monitoring air, maritime, and land domains under national sovereignty or jurisdiction, as well as in the national strategic area of national interest, providing space situational awareness, ensuring communications, navigation and positioning, monitoring of critical infrastructures, and integrated response to complex emergencies. Hence, these space capabilities have a large potential in operations where Portugal must remain a credible ally, engaging its forces in different scenarios in support to the United Nations, NATO, EU, bilateral and multilateral frameworks. as well as to the community of Portuguese-speaking countries. The activity of national defense in space respects the legal principles in force and is founded on the following strategic and operational principles. Freedom of action, to avoid dependencies on third parties for the development of critical activities. Smart autonomy, to guarantee access to critical resources and products through its own means or partnerships. Access to space, free, secure, and sustainable. Dual use and pooling and sharing, to promote the development of technologies that serve civil and military objectives, as well as the sharing of member states' military initiatives and capabilities. Complementarity, through an inclusive participation and integration of capacities and competencies of different agents, whether public or private, collective or individual. Interoperability by harmonizing actions, information, management, and use of technology. The Defense Space Strategy is also based on a political guidance that underlines the need to strengthen the action of the armed forces through the exploration of space, with particular attention to the Atlantic, and to support international missions, guaranteeing the necessary freedom of action and autonomy. Build space military capabilities in an integrated way, ensuring joint command and control and operational management. Promote national capabilities and interests in this domain at international fora. Promote the development of innovative solutions with potential for military employment and foster the generation and retention of technological and scientific knowledge in permanent articulation with the defense technological industrial base and the national scientific and technological system. Establish a simplified, effective, and efficient governance structure that ensures the necessary internal and external articulation, contributing to reinforce the catalytic role of defense in this area of national interest. Ensure public funding for the development of the space sector, namely under the military programming law. In this regard, the following guiding strategic objectives are established. Consider space as a separate domain in the universe of national defense activities alongside to Earth, sea, air, and cyberspace. Building space capabilities in an integrated way in the universe of national defense, concentrating command and control as well as all operational functions at the strategic and operational level to support the armed forces missions and the activities of the various state bodies. Expand access to space, technologies and associated services, strengthening Portugal's freedom of action in this field, using its own systems shared with allies, NATO, EU, Community of Portuguese-speaking countries, bilateral agreements, and commercial systems, tending to adopt this order of priorities unless a better cost-benefit access ratio is demonstrated. Promote national competencies and interests in allied, multilateral, and bilateral fora as a reliable partner that contributes to access to space, capabilities building and defense economy, as well as to research, development, and innovation of technologies associated with this domain. Leverage synergies with industry, academia, and other government entities, promoting knowledge development that will contribute to national resilience and independence of operation in space. Establish a governance structure that articulates the national defense structures with the Portuguese Space Agency and other relevant interministerial bodies. Reflect the funding needs under the military programming law and allocate an operational budget dedicated to this domain. In 7 axes, guidelines associated to each strategic objective are defined, namely, doctrine development, coherent and compatible with that of the international organizations in which Portugal belongs, with a view to strengthening joint action. Ensure centralized management of the defense space program through the creation of a structure within the Ministry of Defense, articulated with operational structures and with the Portugal Space Agency. Establish a dedicated, resilient and redundant communication network. Deepen knowledge regarding the domain of space, ensuring prepared human resources, qualified with the required level of education, training and skills. Boost existing training opportunities in organizations that Portugal integrates and through reinforced cooperation with the academia. Promote the training of specialists in military academies in higher military studies. Identify the operational needs of armed forces and build their capabilities, founded on criteria of resilience and information security, with a strong connection to cyber defense and to command control communications and information systems. Ensure the development, access, and use of national and international space assets that guarantee the desired degree of operational and technological autonomy. Focus on equipment on priority strategic relevance and common shared use by the armed forces, and whenever possible, dual use for reasons related to emergencies or their prevention. Regarding the protection of space assets, identify risks and threats that could compromise the development and use of space capabilities and establish the corresponding mitigation and continuity plan. Ensure resilience, establishing redundancies regarding command control and communications, as well as on positioning, navigation and temporal referencing, and data and signal acquisition structures. Collaborate in research, development and innovation, establishing a position of knowledge and initiative in national defense. Promote and integrate research, development and innovation projects in the national and international frameworks, and involve the defense technological and industrial base and the military research centers. Intensify national and international cooperation through representation at the Portugal Space Agency. Active participation of defense in the context of cooperation with international organizations. Promote a robust and inclusive participation of industry and academia, considering whenever possible the dual use. Streamline defense cooperation at the technical level with other countries that do not have these capabilities, namely within the community of Portuguese-speaking countries framework, in the areas of communications, geospatial information, and information systems. The Defense Space Strategy has an associated implementation plan that establishes actions, priorities, and timelines necessary to fulfill the aforementioned strategic objectives, articulating tasks, attributions, and operational objectives, as well as a continuous monitoring of their degree of achievement. Within the areas of satellite communications, monitoring of maritime, land, and airspaces via Earth observation, space monitoring via space observation, positioning, navigation and temporal referencing, interception and processing of spatial signals. To provide broadband military communications in regions where the projection of national elements and forces is expected, images in the visible and infrared spectrum, radar images for remote sensing purposes in areas of national interest and respective treatment, compilation, and dissemination, positioning, navigation, and temporal referencing in the space domain. Expand SATCOM capabilities in the strategic area of national interest. Build our own Earth observation capabilities to allow remote detection through visible and infrared imaging, for instance, through high-altitude platforms. Build our own Earth observation capabilities to allow remote detection through visible, infrared, and radar imaging with sufficient temporal and spatial resolution to conduct operations in the air, land, and maritime domains. Ensure that the positioning, navigation, and temporal referencing capabilities of new systems operate in multi-constellation configurations, namely Galileo, in the secure component. Build space monitoring capacity, contributing to the space situational awareness. This is an ongoing successful action that has an effective operational activity in Portugal, in the mainland, and in the Azores and Madeira archipelagos, with dual-use applications, and is managed by the Defense. Developed within the scope of the U-Space Surveillance and Tracking Support Program, it provides the capability to monitor, categorize, and track objects that, moving in orbits close to Earth, can constitute a danger for space infrastructures and have the potential to fall on surface. Implement active and passive protection measures for national space systems. Define attributions and coordination mechanisms, namely with the Portugal Space Agency and with other public bodies. Participate in and support cooperative projects, namely within PESCO and the EDF, in the areas of positioning, Galileo, Earth observation, Copernicus, and communications, GovSatcom. Develop cooperation with international entities that, in the field of space, guarantee the operation in certain areas of interest, such as communications, remote sensing, signal collection and positioning, navigation and temporal referencing. Identify the relevant fields of cooperation for defense in space, as well as alternative funding opportunities. In conclusion, we may say that the Defense Space Strategy and its implementation plan established adequate conditions to enhance support to armed forces' full spectrum of missions, build military capabilities in an integrated way, ensure public funding for the defense space strategy, space sector development, increase national and international cooperation, and promote national capacities and interests. And above all, the Defense Space Strategy and its implementation plan established adequate conditions to reach the final goal ambition of benefiting from space to enhance national autonomy and freedom of action in the defense of sovereignty and national interests, improving the capacity to know, act, and protect our society and territory. Therefore, now it's time to act. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's networking time, and we will resume at 11:05 Lisbon time. Thank you.
CC, C.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. The space domain requires a more robust political action, both at a national and at a European level. Space is becoming increasingly more congested, more disputed, and more competitive. It is necessary to promote and defend the secure access to the European Union and Member States to this global common good. The recent developments that have taken place inside the EU make it possible to clarify that Europe places space as an instrument in its policies. To introduce our first roundtable, Space as an Instrument of European Policy, we give the floor directly from Brazil to our first keynote speaker, Mr. Paulo Lourenço, Director of the National Defense Policy Directorate. Um momentinho, por favor, o Brasil ainda é um bocadinho longe e o sinal demora um bocadinho a chegar. So, I was saying, Brazil is a long way to go and we are having a bit of trouble with the connection. So bear with me. I hope you are enjoying the conference so far. This is building up to be one of the best panels that we have, so this is building up anticipation. So feel free. I think Mr. Paulo Lourenço, when he does arrive, is going to end up owning us all a caipirinha.
Estão-me a ouvir?
We have white smoke.
So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll start because otherwise it'll just be too late. Okay, great. So I'm very sorry for this minor mishap. Just let me start by saying good morning to you all, and I hope that you can hear me. Senhor Ministro da Defesa Nacional, senhores chefes de Estado-Maior da Armada, senhores chefes de Estado-Maior do Exército, senhores chefes de Estado-Maior da Força Aérea, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the MOD for this kind invitation to address the conference on the European take on space defense at such an exciting time, both for the EU and indeed for Portugal national defense. And in this respect, first, a disclaimer. I should let you know that I'm still learning my way through the intricate landscape of initiatives surrounding this important subject. Space has always permeated human thought through philosophy, literature, film, education. However far-fetched it may seem at times, the truth is space is no longer an abstract idea within the realm of science fiction. It very much affects our daily lives, from our ability to communicate and navigate, to access banking or weather forecasting. More so, space systems are changing rapidly. Space ecosystems are changing rapidly, becoming crowded, congested, and competitive. To put it simply, they can put our well-being, security, and economy at risk. Yet, on a closer look, one will see that it was only fairly recently that we began actually taking space seriously as an area of active European interest. The pace of European technology does not quite do it when it comes to explaining this indifference. A change of geopolitical paradigm may help explain it better, pushing Europe to become more assertive and self-sufficient over the last few years too, in light of growing global competitiveness, power competition, and emerging disruptive technologies accessible to both state and non-state actors. In a way, I should say, there was a troubling paradox about our traditional approach to space. Although resilience and the integrity of space assets remain a national responsibility, Not a single member state can take care of that chunk of its sovereignty alone, which in some ways, up to a point, the US, Russia, or China can. But the truth is that not even these powers are self-sufficient. NATO, for example, owns landing docks on Earth, but not space capacities as such. So it's not so much that we want, but rather that we need to take space seriously. Now, even intuitively, one would see as fitting that free access and peaceful exploration of outer space, in accordance with international law, must remain unhindered, as a quintessential global common should. And it is, of course, about maintaining situational awareness, unimpeded access to our space services, reducing risk, promoting international efforts in responsible behavior in space, but it's also about opportunity, given the myriad of applications touching upon a wide spectrum of space-related dual-use capabilities, multiple niche areas, clusters, disruptive and quantum technologies, reaching across a full spectrum involving security, industry, economy, data, climate, or navigation. As national governments set up space agencies, and Portugal did that 2 years ago, or as the EU and NATO declare space an operational domain alongside land, sea, air, and cyberspace, both doctrine and defense policies have evolved faster. Of course, flagship projects such as Galileo, Copernicus have certainly put Europe on the map as a scientific, industrial, and technological player in this regard. Nonetheless, it was primarily with the coming of age with EU defense-related initiatives, especially in the last 5 years, that space as a specific area of European interest really took a turn. In this regard, the decision to launch a Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space in the European Commission, DG DEFI, signaling an effective recognition of both EU's defense and of space as autonomous areas of European interest, as well as the adoption of a Commission-led EU Space Agency and its space program, should be seen as milestone. The launching of the EU Agency for the Space Program of the EDA focus on defense and space as a priority area, following the findings of the first card, another milestone, will play a role in mainstreaming space into EU policy. Despite the financial crisis of late that have affected, as everyone knows, defense budgets, the growing volatility of the global landscape has rendered significant investments in this area. And even if the final financial package was eventually to be downsized, EDF, European Defence Fund, is still by all accounts, in my view, a game changer. The Space Surveillance and Tracking Program, setting up an operational capacity aimed at protecting critical European space assets and monitoring space debris, able to track and provide collision alerts, is also a concrete example of progress. Developments in dual-use technologies targeting space represent important opportunities to harness innovation, research, and development stemming from their multiple applications and alluring commercial potential to feed a sustainable technological and industrial base through the combined strengths of both national and EU defense, economy, scientific, and university systems. And this is where the European Union wields greater combined power. These initiatives and investments are also critical for the EU not to lag behind its strategic or systemic competitors by ensuring an effective digital transformation that includes the field of military and defense applications. This should enable us to enhance our autonomy and capacity to act through monitoring and improving our situational awareness in order to ensure a faster and more effective response in defense-related contexts, including missions, operations, or complex emergencies. I should also mention EU SATSEN, which is now being used in planning and implementing CSDP missions and operations, including a whole array of tasks, command and control, communication, information, intel, surveillance, target acquisition, reconnaissance, PNT, while also featuring prominently in capability development efforts, including through PESCO projects. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, none of these efforts work unless European and allied states invest in them, as the NATO Space Center in Ramstein or the French B2 of Toulouse as NATO Space Center of Excellence suggests. Bringing national contributions in is certainly one of the assumptions of the recently launched National Defense Strategy for Space. And Portugal's vision for space is, as mentioned by the Minister of National Defense, firmly anchored in its Atlantic geography. This is why some of its most prominent space-related projects, including those with defense implications, are being developed in the Azores and Madeira Islands, including a space-driven autonomous maritime transport project, a spaceport in Santa Maria, or the two state-of-the-art telescopes dedicated to space surveillance operations as part of the SST, as I mentioned. The point I wanted to make about this is that defense strategy for space relies substantially on cooperative impulse, synergies, complementarity, harmonization, and interoperability of existing and new technologies, including dual use, on pooling and sharing as a means to achieve resilience and reduce external dependence together. Now, as with other aspects of its current defense policies, when it comes to space, the EU faces similar dilemmas of greater autonomy. Here too, the best way for the EU to make consistent progress is through cooperative and joint efforts, while seeking interoperability and coherence at all times, not just between member states, but as much as possible with partners, starting with the EU, with the UN, and obviously NATO. Space is not just a global common, but a natural driver for EU-NATO collaboration and responsibility sharing. I should also say that ongoing strategic doctrine reviews in NATO and in the EU, with the forthcoming strategic compass, present a crucial opportunity for shoring up space as both a policy area and an instrument of power in a coherent and mutually reinforcing manner. As space policies have it, decision-making can be long and complex, but rewarding. That is especially the case when interfacing public initiative with private companies, academia, science, where various echelons of government and an array of policy tools and actors are involved. This is why getting the right mix of tools is so difficult but so important. While EU and member states' space policy are still at an early stage of the learning curve, it will likely be a steep and swift one. We should make sure we set a clear and forward-looking trajectory and make the best of the resources available at national, EU, or international level. EU success in this regard will rely considerably on a smart EU defense, EU space interface, but also on getting us Europeans working as a committed and fair-minded community of interests. Now, I wish all the participants an excellent and fruitful conference, and to colleagues from our PERMREP, GGDFI, EDA, and EUSPA, a very productive panel, one that will hopefully fulfill the inevitable shortfalls of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Paulo Lourenço. And we wish you the greatest success there in Brazil. We will now start the first roundtable of this conference, Space as an Instrument of European Policy. Ambassador José Costa Pereira, who is the permanent representative of Portugal to the European Union, will moderate this roundtable from Brussels. He is with our guest speakers, namely the Director for the Defense of Space Industry, Mr. Alan Alexis, the Head of the Information Superiority Union of European Defence Agency, Mr. Wolfgang Ruhich, and the Co-Chair of Space Surveillance and Tracking of the European Consortium, Mr. Mark Becker. Joining them from Prague, the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, Mr. Rodrigo da Costa. Ambassador José Costa Pereira, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Hello, good morning to everybody. I hope we're more successful than Brazil in starting our session and everybody can listen to us in Lisbon and all the rest of the colleagues that are spread virtually all over the globe. Let me just make a correction in case my colleague that is the permanent representative to the European Union will become mad if I usurp his functions. I'm the permanent representative to the Political and Security Committee of the European Union. It's a slight difference, but nevertheless important, at least for him. Now, you already seen the names of the colleagues that are here in this round table, and let me thank the Ministry of Defense for inviting us to give a European perspective from here in Brussels. As my colleague Paul Lorenzo just said, there is an active European interest in space issues nowadays. But without further ado, I just give a little bit of information about who are the colleagues that are here in me and in Prague. I will start by alphabetical order with, on my left, Alain Alexis. Alain Alexis came from the Ministry of Economy in France to work in the European Commission a few years ago, perhaps more than he cares to remember. First of all, in DG Transport, where he was at a certain stage acting director for transport and postal services. When DG Défi was created, 2-3 years ago, Alain moved over there, and he was one of the responsibles for the preparation and adoption of the European Defence Action Plan, the Defence Development Programme from 2020, and the European Defence Fund, the important European Defence Fund, that will be with us for the next 7 years in his capacity as advisor for synergy, space, defence, and civil industries in DG Défis. For those who don't know, this means defense industries and space, of course, in the European Commission. I hope I did well, Alain. Then I moved to Mark Becker. Mark Becker is German. He started his career in the German Ministry of Defense, as far as I know. He then is still working in Bonn in the Department of Space Situational Awareness at the German Space Agency, but he's here in his capacity as co-chair of the European Space Surveillance and Tracking, the USSD Consortium. He also chairs the Consortium's Internal Security Committee since 2019, dealing in particular with security and policy requirements to the handling and sharing of SST data. My compatriot Rodrigo da Costa, that is here with us from Prague, virtually, made most of his career in Airbus Defence and Space, Bremen and Torino, but basically in Bremen, and he moved in 2017 to the European GNSS Agency, where he was the program manager for Galileo Exploitation Program. He is in USPA, which means European Union Agency for Space Program. I want to have it right. As executive director, and is in this capacity that will address the panel today. And last but not the least, Wolfgang Röhring, also another German. We have a very strong German panel with us today. Well, German, Portuguese, Alain, you are the exception, I'm afraid, over here. He's a Navy man. He made quite a lot of jobs in both in the Navy and in the German Joint Military Services. And he came to work in the European Defence Agency, mainly working with cyber issues. He's currently leading the EDA Information Superiority Team. I wonder what superiority means, but it's a nice name. But more than being a nice name, it means that the expertise on the space domain is under him, and this makes him an expert. So, without further ado, I would say I would like to ask them some questions that they will develop, each one of them for 15 minutes. We'll start with Rodrigo, because Rodrigo has a time constraint in Prague and will have to leave us about 1 hour from the starting point. Therefore, I'll give him the floor in first place. What I would like to hear him, and I would like to hear all the colleagues here, is about to which extent are we ready for developing a European-specific space policy on security and defense? And what are the challenges to achieve that objective? And furthermore, will space become a domain that will shape the future of the European Union? And what will be the role of the member states? And if any of them want to have an opinion about what will be the role of Portugal amongst those member states, we will be quite welcome. So as I said, for 15 minutes, Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I hope you can hear me well. I would like to, of course, start by thanking the organization, the Minister of Defense and the Ministry of Defense for the invitation to be with you today in a topic that is extremely relevant and very actual, which is the relationship between space and defense and how these areas work together. Let me start by saying that already today, space and security are intrinsically connected, and in particular in the frame of the European Union. As some of you may know, since earlier this year, May this year, we have a new EU space regulation, so the space regulation for the European Union, which is putting together the space program based on elements that existed separately in the past in the area of navigation, Galileo and EGNOS, in the area of Earth observation, Copernicus, but also new elements such as GovSatcom or new investments in the area of space situational awareness and other elements. And one of the very important chapters and one of the very important elements of this space regulation is, of course, connected to security, because the space assets are important and therefore their security is important. The space assets already play a fundamental role in our everyday life, and of course, to make sure that they are resilient against threats is of major importance. This is one aspect, but there is of course the other one, which is space plays a very important role in security tasks, security operations, defense related, civil related, in many different areas, from the usage of space technologies by police forces to military forces on many different fields, in the areas of satellite navigation and in the areas of Earth observation, with other areas and other elements that are growing. Now, this EU space regulation, in addition to having created this new program, a new program with a record investment in space, it is the highest investment of the European Union in space since ever. And I think we need to stop a moment and reflect on this, because in a particular moment of difficulty, we are starting the recovery from the pandemic, the Union, the Council, the Parliament, the deciders with the Commission have decided to invest a lot in space. And in addition to the creation of this program, the regulation creates as well our agency, the European Union Agency for the Space Program. Now, I will just tell you very briefly what our tasks are and how they are connected with the world of security and defense. First, we are the exploitation manager for the navigation systems. Galileo, Europe's global navigation system. Some people call it the Europe's GPS. I don't like that word. I prefer to call it Europe's global navigation system, is there and operational, providing services to 2 billion users around the world, many of them governmental users. As the exploitation entity, we maintain the system, we operate it 24/7, we improve it, we evolve it, and we protect it. And of course, this means 24/7 operations. Also in the area of the exploitation management, we are starting now the development of the hub of GovSatcom, which will provide the first governmental satellite communication capability to the member states of the European Union. Exploitation management is a big task. It's very important, of course, making sure that the services of Galileo and EGNOS are provided, but equally important is to make sure that they are used. And this is where we have our second pillar, which is on development of the market, communication, user uptake, applications, and innovation. Here, we do effort in two fronts. Obviously, for the general public, making sure, for example, that our cell phones are able of receiving Galileo satellites, but also that our cars, that the tractors, that the trains, etc., use Galileo, use EGNOS, and now as well start using Copernicus through integrated applications. This is one front. But of course, we have also a significant amount of activities on the market uptake of governmental users. And for governmental users, we have special services, such as the public regulated service of Galileo, that provides high resilience navigation in normal life, but also in situations and circumstances where high resilience is critical. And so this is our second pillar, making sure that those services are used. And our third pillar, mostly related to the focus of this conference and of this intervention, is to be the gatekeeper of the security of the EU space program. And what does it mean, gatekeeper of the security? Well, it means three things. First, we are responsible for the accreditation of the program and all the program components. So the Security Accreditation Board, composed by member states, is in charge of, in the end, giving the stamp, the accreditation stamp, that the space systems of the European Union are secured. And this is already true, and was already true in the past for Galileo. It is being developed as we speak for EGNOS, and others will come, such, for example, GovSatcom or others. So security accreditation, very important, because this is about the assurance of the security and of the robustness, security robustness of those systems. The second element in security is the operational security for Galileo and EGNOS. And this basically means the everyday security, ranging from setting the specifications, making the inspections, making sure that the operations are done in a secure way, and true for Galileo and EGNOS, but as well, a very strong interaction with the European Commission on security expertise for the other systems. And we have very long and very good collaboration with the European Commission in providing technical expertise in areas such as GovSatcom, the preparation of the upcoming secured connectivity initiative, but also, for example, quantum technologies and others. And the last point is we are an operator of security. What does that mean, an operator of security? Well, we operate the Galileo Security Monitoring Center. These are two sites, primary site in the outskirts of Paris, the secondary site in the outskirts of Madrid, where in this center we monitor 24/7 the security of Galileo. So basically, 24/7 our operators have a deep insight on the Galileo system, making sure that the system is secure and, of course, detecting any potential threats that may occur to the system. It's a very important capability because it's an operational capability, and it's an operational capability that we are deploying 24/7 already today. And the second thing we do there, and I think the audience working in the area of defense will know that well, is we do the user access management for the public regulated service of Galileo. So basically, we are the interface between the member states that use PRS and the system, providing all the elements necessary for member states to be able of using these very important capability, where in particular we have very crucial milestones coming up in 2023 and in 2024. First, what we call the initial operational capability, then the full operational capability, full operational capability coming in the next years. And I think this is a resource that member states are looking for of course, many different applications, but always in the area, of course, of the governmental services. Now, when we do all these things, obviously we don't do them in the void, and we do them because we want to contribute, and we have as a mission actually to contribute to the agenda of the European Union. And out of all the priorities that have been defined for the European Union, I think I can highlight 4 where space has a crucial role. First, of course, maybe the most obvious one is on what relates transition to the digital age, because space provides a lot of data, provides a lot of digital information, can also provide uninterrupted, very high capacity connectivity everywhere, and is a fundamental tool for what we call the Internet of Things, which is having more and more devices connected to the internet. Second important priority, and as well very much in the focus, is the achievement of the Green Deal. And here, for example, there is a wide range of EU space-based applications, for example, for transport, quite obvious, road transport, but also rail, aviation, maritime transport, where more and more we see a usage of space, increasing efficiency and therefore reducing environmental footprint, but also an area of high usage of space, both navigation and Earth observation, is, for example, agriculture. And space is an enabler, maybe the enabler, for precision agriculture, which is exactly what reduces our environmental footprint. And then 2 other priorities, of course, stronger Europe. Stronger Europe because space provides the strategic autonomy of Europe in space, and I'm sure that my colleagues from the Commission and from EDA will further develop on that topic. But space is indeed the autonomy of the European Union to act and to have space resources is fundamental, and is even fundamental now. I think one of the very, very few, unfortunately, things that, or somehow positive things that come out of this difficult period we have behind us, some of us still with us, is how important strategic autonomy is for the European Union. And of course, our resilience from a defense and security perspective, but also our economic resilience, because through a sector of a dynamic economic sector that makes use of space data to create added value and solve concrete problems of governmental users, of civil users, specialized or general public, will make our economy stronger. I will stop here because I want also to stick to the 15 minutes. I think I'm 14 and a half, if my timer is correct. So I will stop here, also to give the opportunity to my colleagues to intervene again. And as Ambassador mentioned in the beginning, I will have to disconnect at a certain point in time because I have an administration board starting in around 30 minutes, but I will listen as long as possible.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I think it was very important that you highlight the importance of space to some of the European policies that we are developing within the European Union. And you mentioned the Green Deal, you mentioned the strategic autonomy, you mentioned the digital age and the resilience, and of course the importance of safeguarding the system, safeguarding the security, which is fundamental if we really need to be resilient in case of conflict. So thank you very much for your intervention. Next one here is Alain in my list. So Alain, 15 minutes, please, to enlighten us with your wisdom.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference today. I think it's a very good opportunity and a very good timing. It's a very good timing because probably you all know the speech from Mrs. von der Leyen on the State of the Union delivered a couple of weeks ago. And she clearly mentioned that defense is a priority. And so we need to develop a defense policy, which is part of a more global resilience and strategic autonomy of Europe. In this context, of course, space is fundamental. Space is fundamental. We have just to look to the data. And it's fundamental not only for the Commission, but for the EU, for all EU institutions, the Council, European Parliament, all EU institutions insist on the importance of space and defense. Look to the data for the next multi-annual framework. For space, we have a budget of a little bit more of 14 billion euro. Could be more. We ask for more, but unfortunately we didn't get it. But it's, we have 14.5 billion for space and 8 billion for defense. So again, for defense, it's limited compared to the budget of third countries, but nevertheless, with such a budget, we can start doing something in a field of defense. So what do we want to do in the field of defense and linked to space? The objective is not to duplicate member states. Member states have developed a policy. They need to continue developing a policy. They need to invest. So we are not there. The EU is not there to duplicate or to substitute to members. What we want is we want to target on a limited number of priorities identified by member states, identified by colleagues from EDA, from EES, strategic capability, which are priority for Europe, including in space. And we want this capability because we want to get some, as has been said, some strategic autonomy. I will come back to this. So in practice, we support research, we support development on the basis of projects which are selected by the Commission in close cooperation with member states and with EDA. So we develop a global approach with annual work program, but also with some multi-annual perspective, just to be sure that we will get capability at the end of the process. So when we do this, of course, first question we have, yes, but why do you duplicate with existing initiatives, for instance, in the context of NATO? It's a fundamental question, and it's linked to your question, Mr. Chairman, on why or how to develop EU space policy. The objective is not to duplicate because we want to duplicate. The objective is to duplicate where necessary, and it's clearly specified in a regulation adopted by the Council and European Parliament. We want to avoid unnecessary duplication, meaning that we want necessary duplication. Necessary duplication, what does it mean? It means that for some strategic asset, some strategic capability, this is the interest of the EU to have to control this technology and to control this capability. Again, it will not be against, it will complement what has been done and what will we do in the context of NATO. It will complement what has been done to cover capability. But we want this independence and we want this possibility to have a control on a number of technology. In practice, it means that we develop this technology, we accept the participation of companies from third countries. It has been a long discussion in the context of when we discuss European Defence Fund. To which extent do we want to accept company controlled by third countries? Which third countries? Which company? At the end of the process, we have a number of criteria. We accept the participation of companies from third countries, but result of the action cannot be controlled by third countries. results should be controlled by EU and by EU member states because it's part of a strategic autonomy. So we know also the debate saying that yes, but space is civil. Yes, space is partly civil. But as a matter of fact, we should recognize that space is part of defense, or defense is part of space. So it's a reality. And we all know that we have a number of foreign countries. Among foreign countries, we have friends, but not only friends. So if we want to protect Europe, we need to be present in space, and we need to support technology, long development in space defense. So it doesn't mean that, again, we will reinvent the wheel. We will rely on expertise from member states. So we need to be coherent. We need to be coherent with what has been done with PESCO project. We have a huge work that has been done on PESCO. So we need to be coherent with this. We need to be coherent with other priorities. And again, when you look to the priority of the CDP, 95% of priority of CDP are totally consistent with NATO priority. Because risk is more or less the same. So it will be difficult not to be consistent. So we are fully consistent. Second element is we only support project when we have cooperation between at least 3 member states. Because we do not want to develop pure national technology. We want to develop something useful for Europe, meaning that we want cooperation. We want common standard, because it would make no sense to have different standards. And so interoperability is, of course, fundamental. It's fundamental for EU militaries, but it will be also fundamental when military will take part to mission with colleagues from NATO. So interoperability is necessary. We want this to build on this. On new initiative, you probably know that we launched a new important initiative, which is secure connectivity in the field of space. So it's a beginning of the process. The objective is to develop a new system of communication totally secure. So at the end, we are still, again, at the beginning of the process. So I cannot explain all the details because we are still working on this. But the objective is to have some form of connectivity, of communication controlled by the EU, and which could be used for civil aspect, but we use probably also for defense aspect, for security aspect, because it's totally part of the process. So when we develop this, again, politically, what is something very important is to be sure that we will be totally consistent with international law. Probably it's common sense to say this, but it's more important to say, of course, program will be totally consistent with international law. And not only international law, because we have also ethic review regulations. So above international law, and in the absence of international law, we will apply ethic control with support from colleagues from member states. So for each project, we will double check that it is ethic conform. So we will be very prudent on this. So what has been done already? We have already the existing program, so-called ADIDP, meaning development program, with a small budget. But just to illustrate this, we have already provided something like 78 million euros only for space activity, for research and development. Already 78 million, which has been granted to company. To number of action linked to Galileo, particularly to PRS receivers, where we provided support. We provided support also for system of early warning, which is important now, but which is still more important in the future. Something important to underline is when we look to all the projects which have been selected, it's not only for large companies from large member states. because it was part of a risk of a system. Do we develop a European Defence Fund for large, only for companies from 5 big member states? No. When we look to beneficiaries, we have a number of SME from all member states which are part of the program, because what we are looking to a new idea, to disruptive technology, and we all know that SME can be very good on disruptive technology. So we have a number of projects selected, and the beneficiaries are SME and not only very big company. So for EDF, we launched a call for 2021 a few months ago, so it's ongoing. A company can provide proposal by the end of this year, just before Christmas. And of course, space is part of a call. It's an important aspect of a call. And we predict that probably during the next 7 years, at least 10% of the total budget will benefit to space, directly or indirectly. And of course, we have also additional aspect of EDF, which will benefit to space. When we support something on cyber, indirectly, it will benefit to space. But at least 10% of EDF will go to space sector. So last element, Mr. Chairman, you asked which could be the role of member states. We consider the role of member states is fundamental. I'm not saying this just to be kind, but it's fundamental because it can only work if there is close cooperation between the EU and member states. And I will add with industry. When I say the EU, I say not only the Commission, but of course EDA, with OCCAR, with other space agency. We need this cooperation because first, technically, you know sometimes better what you need, but we know, particularly the Commission. Rodrigo is expert, so he knows everything, but I'm just a lawyer, so I know I'm not an expert. But we need your input, because at the end of, particularly for defense, because for defense, at the end of the day, what we do not want research, we do not want development, we want capability. And at the end of the process, you, member state, will decide to buy capability. So if we support something that you do not buy, it doesn't make sense. So we need to be sure that we develop something in close cooperation with you on the basis of your expertise, on the basis of need of, particularly of MOD, need of military. The second element is, of course, we have a budget, but the budget is limited. We will not cover total cost, and we do not want to cover total cost. So meaning that member state will have to cover part of the cost for large capability. And we want this joint financing because it's the best guarantee that we will support something useful. Because I cannot imagine member state putting 1 billion on a large capability if at the end of the process you will not buy. So it's part of a deal. We want this. And last element is, of course, we need the support of member states, because when we discuss priority for the next multi-annual framework, we discuss with you. We decide together what we want to do. And the last element is, of course, for space. Synergy, as Rodrigo already mentioned, synergy is fundamental. So what we do, what you do in the civil domain will have positive externality for defense and vice versa. So we succeed together or we don't. So we see what, for us, a cooperation with member states, particularly in the so-called program committee for defense, is fundamental. And as you know, we always say in a program committee, legally speaking, we need qualified majority. But politically, we do not want qualified majority. We want consensus. Because qualified majority will be already a problem, meaning that we will have two groups and member states. So for the time being, we have always succeeded to have consensus, and I think it's fundamental for the success of EDF. Sorry if I've been a little bit long.
No, by no means, Alan. You were within the 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I think it was important that you put the idea of EU getting strategic capability in the context of the strategic autonomy that we are discussing in the framework of the strategic compass, the incoming strategic compass, which discussion is now quite trend in Brussels, but other elements that the synergies between the civilian and the military dimension of space, which I think is something that we can develop, and the clear request for common standards interoperability, as well as what you said about complementarity with NATO. Two other things that I believe in Lisbon they'll be very happy to listen. One is the importance of the small and medium-sized companies, which is certainly one of our, say, banners in terms of all these discussions. And second one, and I would certainly second your call for consensus. Without consensus, really, this is not, in our view, the place where we should start a discussion about qualified majority, which, as we know, is a very divisive subject amongst member states. Now, a perspective which is a little bit outside Brussels, but still quite important. Mark, the floor is yours for the next 15 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and thank you to the Portuguese MOE for inviting us to this panel. It's a great honor and pleasure for EUSST to be here, and I send greetings, especially to those in Lisbon who attend in person, and to the colleagues online. Also from our chairman, Pascal Fauché, from the French space agency CNES, who cannot be here today, but he sent me, so I hope we'll be fine. So in my intervention, I would like to cover three main points, and those will then sort of link back to some of your questions, Mr. Ambassador. So one would be a little bit of context on how EUSST, the European Space Surveillance and Tracking Framework or program now, came about and how it fits into European policy making. Second would be a quick overview on the state of play of EUSST as the EU's operational capability for space situational awareness. And third would be a little bit of some perspective of where we are going in the coming years with the program, and that is linked to what we already heard about the space regulation and the consolidated EU space program. So let me start my first point by saying something that will be obvious to most of this audience, and that is that space situational awareness is by nature also inherently a dual-use mission. And as space is becoming increasingly busy, precise knowledge of the domain is crucially important for all satellite operators, no matter whether they are military, civil, or commercial. So in order to protect our space-based infrastructure, our facilities and services, all of which our societies depend on today, it's necessary to survey and track space objects, track as many of them as possible, including space debris and active satellites. Much of that technology that we use for doing that is, of course, coming from a missile defense context originally. So military actors around the world continue to operate space surveillance sensors. And within the EU, some member states have a long-standing history in that domain, at least for a number of years, operated on satellites, operated on space surveillance sensors. So in some cases, we have 40, 50 years of legacy in that domain. But at the European level, really the discussions about a joint European capability only gathered momentum around 2010. And that was, of course, against the backdrop of some major events that happened in orbit. So, for instance, in 2007, the Chinese tested an anti-satellite capability that destroyed one of their own satellites in orbit and created debris. And then in 2009, we saw the collision between the Iridium and Cosmos spacecraft, and that added to an already congested space environment. So in view of that surge in commercial, civilian, governmental space activities that we see in the recent years, and also with the increasing proliferation of space debris, SSA was then identified as a critical capability gap at European level, especially since the EU was at the time also developing its programs for navigation and Earth observation, Galileo and Copernicus. So all this led to the decision of the European Parliament and the Council in 2014 to establish the EUSST framework, and to provide SST services to safeguard European space infrastructure, including the Galileo and Copernicus systems. And all this shall be based on existing SSA capabilities of the member states. So this is why today we have a very specific governance model for SST in Europe, which is a member state-led model in which the member states retain full autonomy over the sensors. And this allows us to specifically and systematically integrate and leverage capabilities from military, civil, and civil military contributions across the sensors, the operation centers that we have, and also staff. This is all also to protect and preserve the security interests of the member states and the union as such. So from a policy perspective, the main features of SST would be that one, SST and SSA is a critical prerequisite for, first of all, recognizing, understanding, and then dealing with both safety and security issues in outer space. So could be natural or accidental risks to space objects, but also intentional actions or threats. Second would be that we need a European SSA capability with an adequate level of European autonomy to protect European spacecraft, for example, from the risk of collision, and also to contribute to global burden sharing in the domain of space situational awareness, and to cooperate internationally with our partners. This links to the much discussed topic of space traffic management. So how do we organize, how do we coordinate the increasing traffic that we have in space orbit? EUSST was from the beginning seen as complementary to other initiatives aimed at ensuring safety and security and sustainability of space activities. And that reflected very much the understanding that a European SST capability can contribute to understanding the evolution of the space environment and to providing awareness and transparency of space operations. And that in turn may be relevant to verification, diplomatic efforts, and so forth. But I think it comes down to the point of having a capability that was mentioned before. And those goals and ambitions are reflected in some of the EU policy documents, the EU Global Strategy and the Space Strategy for Europe from 2016, which both highlighted the need for independent access to space, continuous monitoring of safety and security relevant developments, as well as the need to attain a high level of strategic autonomy for Europe. And all of this is also enshrined into the objectives of EUSST. Secondly, let me briefly address the current status, the state of play of EUSST. EUSST is implemented by a consortium of 7 member states: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Poland, Portugal, and Romania, who network their existing SSA capabilities across 3 functions: the sensor function, processing function, and the services function. So EUSST is operational. We operate a growing sensor network. We share data on space objects on a daily basis, and we provide operational services since 2016 to European users. And let me quickly expand on these points. So the sensor network that is operated by EUSST currently comprises around 50 assets for surveillance and tracking, and that includes laser ranging systems, radars, and telescopes, including some sensors that are operated by European militaries, but other sensors, for instance, are operated by academia or commercial actors. So there's really a wide range of capabilities that we use for the purpose of SST. And all these sensors share data routinely on a daily basis or on request through a joint data sharing platform, the European database that we have since a few years. And that's really the place where we pool and share all the data on space objects, so measurements of space objects. And that data is then used by the operations centers to provide services. We offer 3 kinds of services. One is collision avoidance. Second is fragmentation analysis, and the third one is re-entry analysis. And currently we serve more than 130 user organizations throughout Europe, and more than 240 European satellites are protected from the risk of collision through our collision avoidance service. And the services I should mention, are passed on to the users via a front desk that is currently operated by the EU SATSEN. To make this a bit more tangible, maybe I can offer two examples on recent cases. One where we work very closely with our colleagues from the Galileo program. Recently, a few months ago, we detected a risky conjunction between one of the Galileo satellites and a large defunct rocket body that was in late February, and the conjunction was predicted for early March this year. So we alerted the Galileo operator about this risk and supported them over the following weeks. So we tasked our sensor network to attain more precise measurements of that space object, of that rocket body, to have a more precise analysis of the risk. And then finally, we recommended a collision avoidance maneuver that was successfully executed, and we supported the operator also to bring the satellite back to normal operations. And that was indeed the first case of a Galileo collision avoidance maneuver. So it doesn't happen that often in medium Earth orbit, but still it happens, and in the future it's likely to happen again. So this is one concrete case where we need that capability. And then a second quick example would be the uncontrolled re-entry of a large Chinese rocket body that launched the core part of China's space station into orbit back in May this year. And this was also a very large and heavy object, which could have posed some danger if it re-entered over populated areas. And indeed, Southern Europe was within the re-entry window for much of the analysis. So we monitored that re-entry very closely, again, with the sensor network coming from the seven member states to refine the predictions of the re-entry window and time. And eventually we were able to confirm that there was no risk to Europe and the object re-entered over the ocean. But I think this very clearly demonstrates the need also to monitor the space environment continuously and how it's linked to ensuring safety on Earth and supporting the decision-making also down here on Earth. My final point would be a quick perspective on where we go from here in the future. So the EU space regulation was mentioned, and EU SST is now becoming part of this consolidated single EU space program, so becoming a fully fledged program component of the EU space program. In that process, we are retaining the specific governance model of having the member states be in charge of the sensors, of the data due to the security dimension. At the same time, we will add new member states into what will be called the EU SST partnership in the future. So we are currently in the process of forming that partnership. And coming back to one of your questions, it's really about integrating different levels of capabilities that we have. We have very diverse actors in Europe, member states with different setups between government, commercial, military, and so forth. And it's really about forming a joint capability out of these single parts that make sense. And we will also expand the activities in view of potential new services for space traffic management, for space safety. And we will also be able to expand our user community beyond Europe. This is also part of the regulation that we will be able to serve satellite operators and other users from outside of Europe in the future. So I think to sum up, USST is quite a unique multilateral collaboration between really different sets of actors, including the military side, the civil side, the commercial side even. And I think this is really what is needed in space as a domain that is really used by all these different actors as well. So I think the idea of bringing those parts together and creating something together is well proven to address the challenges that are posed by the changing space environment with all the civilian traffic, but also to extend the security dimension that comes with it. And we look forward to continuing with that. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I was surprised to listen to some of the words that you used that remind us more of one of those big highways near Las Vegas or Los Angeles in the United States, because you speak about traffic, you speak about debris, you speak about congestion, you speak about collision. It's usually when we look at the space, we are imagining a large area where there is room for everybody. It doesn't seem to be the case. The dangers, the risks are clearly there. And of course, I also heard very much your plea for the need for sharing information, sharing data, which is of course an important part also in space, and the need for the member states to work together in order that we can, in a certain way, regulate like we regulate a highway. On Earth, we need to regulate the highways of space. That's the conclusion I have from what you just told us. And then I move to our last speaker, Wolfgang. The European Defence Agency, of course, is a very, very important stakeholder in all issues related with defence. And so it's with anticipation that we are going to listen to what we have to share with us. Wolfgang, please.
Yes, thanks a lot, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I will start my intervention, for sure, I want to thank Portugal for organizing these seminars and the opportunity for EDA to be aboard for that. But even more important, my deepest compliment that you were successful on completing the National Defense Strategy for Space 2020 to 2030. It will be a major cornerstone for enhancing your military capabilities in and off space, boosting combined joint military operations and missions, and enhancing joint C2. With that, I want to put the questions first in the wider mandate, tasks and responsibilities of EDA, and then drill it down to the aspect of space. EDA's mission is to support the Council and the Member States in their efforts to improve the Union defense capabilities in the field of crisis management and to sustain CSDP here. So EDA is the major intergovernmental prioritization instrument at EU level in support of defense capability development, the collaboration house for member states for running collaborative projects, and on behalf of our member states, the interface and facilitator towards wider EU policies for the benefit of defense. And in that sense, EDF and EDIDP were mentioned, acting as central operator with regard to EU-funded defense-related activities. But at the same time, we are also directly supporting CSDP operations and missions, taking fully into account the crisis management procedures. And these general aspects, I now want to drill down on the space elements and then to address what EDA can bring to the table for an EU strategy on security and defense in these three functions. So let's start with the first two functions, prioritization instrument and collaboration platform. Space is for sure one of the global commons of a dual-use nature, and at the same time considered in the military as an emerging operational domain. It provides unique opportunities and options to deploy capabilities which deliver services which are increasingly indispensable for military purposes and military operations. As such, space capabilities must be seen as an essential enabler for all classical defense domains, land, air, and maritime, and also cyberspace as virtual. Mm-hmm. Space-based information and communication services are identified as one of 11 priorities in the 2018 capability development. That has noted the pivotal role of space-based capabilities in support of military operations. The identified capability development priority that led to the development of the so-called strategic context case to facilitate more coherent short, medium, and long-term capability implementation, focusing on the four pillars of space-based services: satellite communication, space-based Earth observation, positioning, navigation, and timing, and space situational awareness, where we, for example, also include the space traffic management aspect in this pillar. These modules have been analyzed as part of the EDA Coordinated Annual Review of Defense, already mentioned by our keynote speaker, with the objective to provide a picture of the existing defense capability landscape in Europe and to identify potential cooperation areas. based on the results of the first cycle in 2020, collaborative opportunities on space are considered as most pressing due to the lack of coherence and standards at EU level, and most pressing due to the lack of sufficient and effective national space systems or access to space services for several member states. At the same time, it is a domain, despite all the fact that so far military space programs were national or bilateral, also considered as most promising in light of wider EU cooperation opportunities. So defense in space is seen as one out of 6 focus areas to be further explored and exploited. EDA developed an initial concept paper and it prepared a first indicative roadmap for defense in space to spearhead a cluster of associated projects and activities in the spatial domain in order to make full use of identified collaborative opportunities, develop conceptual space framework at EU level, enhance R&D, training, defense space project coordination, and mitigate the existing fragmentation. For me, it is a very good sign that already more than half of the EDA participating member states expressed interest in the focus area, and France already indicated its readiness to act as for defense in space as area facilitator. Based on this, I can reiterate that space is an important topic in and for European defense policies, and with defense in space, we will soon be at the forefront for an improved access, but also protection of space assets. In this context, I also expect that the strategic compass will provide further input and guidelines on the way for a European space strategy on security and defense, according to the European ambition in the spatial domain. As heard, EDA is also supporting a body to EU CSDP missions and operations. In this role, and based on the pressing capability needs, we have started already in 2009 with the provision of commercial SATCOM services to our member states and CSDP actors. Our EU SATCOM market project is based on a framework contract with well-known European space industry companies and is under constant evolution following our member states' requirements. However, commercial services often do not meet fully increased information security and force protection requirements of member states and CSDP missions and operations. This is also because of the evolving policy and political requirements that have to be taken into account in member states, but also in CSDP missions and operations. To cover this gap, since almost 3 years, EDA therefore has in addition the EDA SATCOM demonstration project in place, where pooled governmental SATCOM services provided by EDA member states are shared with demanding member states and CSDP actors, and providing enhanced security and guarantee of access compared to the SATCOM market. The main objective of the GovSatcom demo is to prove the pooling and sharing concept, but also to inform member states on the practicalities, risks, and benefits of implementing a GovSatcom solution in the wider EU context beyond defense. I'm now coming to the last role, the interface and facilitator towards the wider EU policies. Let me provide you with a more detailed picture on this here. Based on our mandate to promote an aggregate view of defense user requirements and our experience in SATCOM, we provide already our support to the EU Commission SATCOM-related projects, such as the EU GovSatcom project and the Secure Connectivity Initiative. In fact, we already shared some of our experience with DG DEFIS and have provided input to the ongoing EU Secure Connectivity Study. That again is directly driven by EU policy considerations. We hope that these activities that are still mainly on the civil side will be suited to meet also the secure SATCOM and border communication needs of today and the future of EU defense users. The defense and space focus areas just mentioned should also facilitate the cooperation between the civil and the defense side of the EU space house. We also cooperate with the European Space Agency in their 4S program, the Space System for Safety and Security. Just earlier this year, we have widened our implementation arrangement on GovSatcom to a more generic but wider cooperation and signed a memorandum of intent on next generation secure satellite communications with the objective to jointly explore all relevant technologies. This is more the European Space Agency task, and capability, opportunities and actions. This is the EDA task towards the gradual development of these next generation secure satellite communications for the benefit of their and our member states, user communities, and the competitiveness of European industry. We have recently signed also an agreement with ESA to cooperate further on cyber resilience. The eyes in the sky. With that, I want to move over to space-based Earth observation. This is an essential capability to support our policymakers. The eyes in the sky, or in the upper sky, are contributing to effective decision-making at strategic, operational, and tactical level. Without these eyes, we would lack essential intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance information that today are precondition for the effective support for EU decision-making and preparation and conduct of CSDP missions and operations. We want to exploit to the maximum existing dual-use technologies, but are also looking at purely military solutions. Here, just recently, a new PESCO project has been proposed. Concerning space situational awareness, we have, of course, witnessed the strong development of the discussion on the topic of space traffic management in the recent months. Also, this subject is not purely civil. Instead, defense, as user and provider of space resources, has a dedicated interest in space traffic management, and defense requirements should also be taken into account. And we already started to work on this with member states. You see that we have a very high ambition in space, and a lot of challenges are ahead of us. That's clear. This is certainly a big book we want to write, but we consider this as very necessary in order to keep pace with the future defense needs and their evolution in space, and to keep pace with providing space services as an essential EU defense policy instrument. And I think that should be enough as a starting point for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Thanks for pointing out the role of the European Defence Agency in matters related with space, and of course by highlighting some of the challenges that are still in front of us, which are certainly huge. I also liked what you said about the role in supporting CSTP operations in providing intelligence and information, which are fundamental for the ability of the operation to deal with their challenges on the spot. I have to thank all the speakers for having been able to stay within the time limitation, which give us approximately 20 minutes, I would say, or 15 minutes for any questions that might come out of the audience. And so I would like to open the floor to anyone who wants to put questions to any of our speakers. If the question is directed to a specific speaker, I would appreciate if you mention it at the beginning of your question. And I'm on your hands. Well, hopefully everybody has listened to us during this an hour and a half. We can have some reaction from the audience in Portugal or the colleagues that are following us virtually. Let's give us some more time because they might need to organize themselves logistically in terms of microphones.
If anyone has any questions, we can have the microphone go to you. If you are at home and you're watching this, you can also type in the chat box any questions that you may have. Ambassador, I think they are all very shy to ask questions.
Well, indeed. I mean, either we all put them to sleep or our collective wisdom was sufficient to impress them. I hope it was the latter rather than the former.
It's been a pleasure to have you here in the conference, and I would very much like to thank you and the guest speakers for being here with us.
Well, thank you very much. I think then I could conclude the panel. I believe that from what I hear today, it is clear that space has now a clear importance in terms of defining our security policy. Was something I believe was said by Mark at a certain stage that we're talking about the protection of our citizens. And I think this is the most important point here. I mean, space is now part of what we want to do in terms of protecting our citizens, in terms of developing the resilience, because most probably conflicts in the future will not be just the classic ones that we have unfortunately seen in the past or our previous generations witnessed in the past. So clearly there is a competition, there is a lot of traffic, as it was said before, in space, and there is need to the European Union to be able, and I think this is the answer to our question, yes, we need a specific policy on space, of course within a general policy, what we are discussing, and the strategic compass was mentioned here. I'm very glad, and both the GDF and the EDA are working together with the European External Action Service in order to propose to the member states who are supposed to drive the process a draft of what will be the strategic compass that we expect to be able to adopt next March. And I think this will be a landmark document in terms of defining the several different chapters where the EU has to be able to put its imprint. Of course, having in mind all the alliances, all the partnerships that we have, and of course, not putting in jeopardy the collective defense system that relies on NATO. Therefore, I think this was quite interesting in making not only people understanding the need for space to be part of the equation, but also about the challenges that still remain. And I think Wolfgang at the end pointed out the lack of regulation, the difficulties of some of the member states to be able to be actors. But clearly this is an effort that has to be a collective effort, and the partnership and the calls that I heard from everybody that member states should put together the resources in order that the EU can be a significant actor in space. Well, the same could apply also to our planet, of course, but nevertheless, this is an area that we can see from all the speakers and all the organizations that we represent nowadays is an area where progress is being done. We're never happy with the pace of the progress, but we are working diligently all together in order to achieve that target. And I hope even if the reaction from the crowd or the audience was silence, that at least some of the things we've said will leave some roots in terms of the reflection for the future. Thank you very much for having us, and I hope the rest of the seminar will also be successful. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, again, and all your guest speakers again, for clarifying so well the current dynamics for space in Europe and the view that you have in the future. On behalf of His Excellency, the Minister of National Defense, we now declare the morning session closed, and we will have a lunch break, and we will resume at 14:30 Lisbon time with the second panel, Space as an Operational Domain for Defense. Thank you so much for your presence.
se eles me ouviam e se eu os ouvia a ele. Pode ser? Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Welcome. I'll be your moderator. Very welcome. We're just doing a sound test. I will recommend that you speak slowly because we have a rebound on the room, and sometimes we get the echo. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you.
Afternoon. We welcome you to the second part of the conference entitled Portugal's Defence Space Conference. We inform you that this event is also being virtually attended by participants from all over the world and will be recorded. We wish you all an excellent afternoon. To open the second roundtable of this conference, Space as an operational domain of defense, we have the keynote speaker, the Deputy for Plans and Policy of the Chief of General Staff of the Armed Forces, Vice Admiral Henrique Veimel. Vice Admiral, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all. My English is not perfect, but if you had any doubts, I will speak in Portuguese to be more clear. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver these keynotes at the start of this event this afternoon. I will focus on the general framing of the space, use in military affairs, and then on the operational needs of the Portuguese Armed Force. In the summer of 2003, in his paper about Command of the Commons, the military foundation of US hegemony, space was classified by MIT professor Barry Posen as one of the global commons. The idea behind that assertion is that these global commons are areas of human activity which don't belong to anyone or any state, and as such, they are common to all humankind. The Western coalition, NATO and US, have adopted ideas developed by Professor Posen, the exploration of these commons, and to the some extent the control of the access to those space areas will be the ultimate sign of power and rule in military affairs. Future wars and confrontation will be typically fought in a multi-domain and multi-layer across wide area and spaces. To make this feasible in an organized and synchronized way, our force must have a good understanding of the position, movements and intentions of opposing, neutral and own forces, and be able to communicate and exchange a huge amount of data and information. Accordingly, we need to be able to use communications and information gathering based in space and high-altitude domains and to control the cyberspace. Looking at the space and high altitude as an important military domains which we should leverage control for our own profit, what kind of military activities can be envisaged and conceptualized? We can conceptualize four main objectives. As a hub for communications to establish networks across wide space and areas, as an instrument for unimpeded and free access to Earth observation, as a space for power projection using the last layers of atmosphere and exosphere, and as a space also to refuse their use by other competitors as a no-go space for the others also. To use the space as a communication and network enabler, we have to think about the reach and coverage of our networks, constellations, the security and speed of our data streams, and the connectivity provided by our satellites and high-altitude airplanes. Only through availability of space communications and networks we will be able to conduct complex, dynamic and synchronized multi-domain operations across wide geographical areas. Collecting data by observing human activity from the space has proved to be crucial for information and situational awareness superiority. For that, we must consider the special resolution of our sensors, the revisit time on the scene of interest, and the ability to collect data through all the spectrum in both passive and finally, using the space for power projection and inhibition of competitors is an advanced stage of military operations in and through the space. At present, these capabilities are within a reach of a very small group of countries and organizations. The space and high altitude as a military domains will be highly disputed place in future in symmetric type of confrontations which can reduce the ability to take full advantage of these spaces. However, in asymmetrical operations, most common nowadays, the offer presence of a big capability, big edge. After being able to produce and share the enabling technologies, will be the fight for the electromagnetic spectrum and the best spaces, positions, and orbits for our own assets. International regulation of these domains will be a possibility for a future fair share of it, mainly in peace times, and considering the importance of these spaces for all human activities and the economy in present life. There is an analogy that I would like to do with the famous order cycle in military operations, with a body that needs sensors to perceive the surroundings, the nerves to transmit information back and forward, and brain to process it, and then decides how to act, commanding arms and legs to produce effects. In a way, the military activity can be structured in sensing, processing, deciding, and acting as the ODA loop. The systems which have allowed all this coordination can be considered the central nervous system of military activities that have different acronyms like Command Control Networks and Information or Command Control Computer Communications Network and Information or other kind of acronyms. But I can consider that as a nervous system that maintains all the body in organized fashion and matter to operate. Considering the operations as the essence of military activities, the space, high altitude, and the cyberspace play a crucial role in that what we consider the central nervous system that can enable information and synchronization superiority. We only can achieve that if you have a good nervous system on the armed forces. Considering the need to outplay our adversaries or competitors, not by sheer power, but by outsmarting maneuvers and positioning of our forces in such a way that we confrontation and preserve our forces, we must use the space. In a first moment, as is use to communication and observation to the coordination and sync operations to our forces. Importance to be able to use these domains and systems deployed in that region to enhance freedom and capabilities of our operations. Stress also the need to prioritize the investment and development of Portuguese capabilities. We also must take in consideration some degree of independence from foreign solutions. We will not be under an essential degree of control. It is also important to develop capabilities in the high altitude, not only in the space. To the edge of using systems, certain systems where systems constant availability are critical. I also would like to stress the importance of having a full capable nervous system, and not only a space segment or a share of the space segment. The ability to connect to a wide range of space systems from allies and our own, using our geographic and geostrategical position in the southwest corner of Europe and middle North Atlantic Ocean, is of paramount importance, not only to us, but to our allies also. These stations, connected to mainland by submarine cables, will provide a high leverage access to some regions of the space which are of importance both for Portugal and its allies. But information and communication, without a powerful brain to process all the data, is not enough. So it is crucial that we develop hardware, software, and service, being able to produce knowledge and take full advantage of our connectivity, observations capability, and share information between allies. So this is my keynotes, and only to say that we can have lots of informations, but if we don't process this information in a way that can create knowledge to us, we will not, all this investment will not be used. So we have to see all this investment not only in the segment space or in the high altitude, but as a nervous system, as I said, that is inside armed force, and make in a way the system that will allow us to work together in a huge area of operation, being synchronized and connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Admiral, for your enlightening presentation. To moderate the second roundtable of this conference, Space as an Operational Domain of Defense, we call upon the Brigadier General César Rodrigues from the Air Force Instruction Directorate, who is accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Silva Costa from the Portuguese General Staff of the Armed Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Joel Neuber from the USS Space Forces. Joining them from the Kommando Luftwaffe in Germany, Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffmann, and from the Force Standards and Policy Section at SHAPE in Brussels, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Naff. Brigadier General César Rodrigues, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brigadier General César Rodrigues, Director of Instructions in the Air Force, and I'm really honored and thrilled to moderate this panel today. As an icebreaker, and if you allow me to address the previous keynote speaker, Vice Admiral Gouveia Melo, let me say that your presentation was so comprehensive, so rich, so healthy, with all due respect. Allow me to say that I almost felt I was vaccinated on the issue, so thank you so much for that. About the audience, I see in this distinguished audience around 50 stakeholders from the universe of defense, Portuguese defense. I see senior managers and top-level members from the armed forces, from civilian institutions, from DTIB companies, and from R&D centers of investigations. So I welcome all to this panel. This panel, it's about security and defense in space as a domain who has been becoming more important to our lives and to our jobs. With this in mind, this panel goes under the title Space as an Operational Defense Domain, and my goal for the next 1 hour and 45 minutes is to debate and to discuss how space is becoming an important factor for defense. In order to achieve that goal, I will start a choreography with the 4 panel speakers. Then we'll go for a period of questions and answers. And then on that period, I'm going to need your help. So I will encourage you to participate later on by asking your own questions. So this discussion, this panel really reflects your concerns and your interests in the logic of space, in the topic of space. Thank you so much. So I would like to salute our first panel speaker, coming from the General Staff of the Portuguese Armed Forces. Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Costa is currently assigned to the Communications and Information System Department, assuming the functions of Specialist for Space. He is also the national contact point in the European Defence Agency for the area of innovations and development in space in the defense domain. He is director of the research project The Power of Space, a new structuring domain of power, ongoing at the Military University Institute, and he integrates the research project Aerospace Power, Contribution to Sovereignty, Jurisdiction, Security, and Development of the Portuguese Atlantic. So, Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Costa, for the next 15 minutes, I invite you to lift off towards space and please ignite this panel discussion.
General, thank you for the presentation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Before starting, I would like to say that it is a great honor to be here and follow this topic that is so relevant in the domain of security and defense. Thank you for the invitation. It is also a great honor to be part of this round table. It will be great to see different stages and approaches to integrating space into the operational level of the armed forces. However, I'm sure there will be something in common. Space is a strategic domain and produces strategic value on Earth. My presentation with this agenda intends in a very synthetic way stress the importance of space technology into the operational activity in the Portuguese Armed Forces. It also intends to feed some reflections for the future, but above all, intends how to materialize the national defense strategy for space. It will be a different presentation from the other partners at this round table, because Portugal is actually taking its first steps in this matter. However, let us remember that Portugal already had a satellite, POSAT-1, the first and only launched by Portugal to date. Its launch took place in 1993 and placed Portugal in the restricted group of states with its own satellite, which gave some autonomy in communications and Earth monitoring. POSAT-1 ceased operation in 2005. It was an international prestigious program involving defense, national industry, and academic partners. It had a strong defense participation from its assembly, monitoring, and use. For the operational product, allowed the collection of image and store and forward satellite communication, SATCOM, I highlighted some applications in missions in Mozambique and on the peacekeeping missions in Angola, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Kosovo. At present, Portugal is dependent on third-party action to assess space technologies. For their mission and operations, Portuguese armed forces only use space technology from the Force Multiplier mission area, where products and services that maximize operations are included, promoting efficiency, effectiveness, and situational knowledge. The Portuguese armed forces in their missions use the following products and services: SATCOM, navigation position and time system, environmental monitoring, and some intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. The integration of space technology in the Portuguese armed forces can still be considered residual, with greater relevance in the balance of SATCOM. As a result of the new defense strategy for space and the global trend, there will be predictably an increase in support for operational activity and effectiveness of the Portuguese armed forces, but also in their upgrading process and in addressing capacity gaps. The SATCOM balance has great relevance on the operational product, essential to command and control, ensuring secure and resilient communications over longer distance. It allows the command and control of the various missions that Portugal has around the world, integrated in the international organizations that Portugal is part or bilateral and multilateral missions. The position, navigation, and time contributes to the operational product mainly because of the value provided by situational knowledge. It also allows the synchronization of effects and, of course, the application of guided armament. The environmental monitoring area and Earth observation participates to operations mainly for safety, navigation, and intel knowledge. The contribution of this balance is very important to monitoring environmental protection in the area of national responsibility, in particular for the Atlantic. Whole areas feed knowledge into intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance to support decision-making. It may seem residual, but there are assumed dependencies, particularly in SATCOM and position, navigation, and time. On the other hand, there are no alternatives to guarantee a permanent monitoring of the strategic area of national interest, other than by space technology. Exist dependencies, but it can be assumed that the commitment of space technology in the operational activity of the Portuguese armed forces is mainly in support of command and control, due to the value provided by the integration of systems, the superiority of information, and the consequent efficiency and effectiveness of resources. It is with the knowledge of the value provided that I will be able to bridge to the future, to make some reflections on the importance of space technology in the operational product of the Portuguese armed forces. First, as we have seen, space technology provides value in support of command and control and decision-making at different levels of action, strategic, operational, or tactical. On this point, space will drive transformation in the Portuguese armed forces, enable the updating of essential systems to follow the international trend, preventing the technological gap from being a disruptive element in cooperation missions or operations. Space may also be an element that provides, at the operational level, the answer to some needs, in particular to the necessary answers in the exercise of sovereignty. Here, the functions of Earth observation and signals intelligence are particularly relevant. It will be important to refer the fact that space technology can be the answer to the operational needs of permanent monitoring and reach in the vast area of national responsibility in the Atlantic, which, with the extension of the continental shelf, could still increase. Let's highlight also, at this level of the relationship operational needs versus space technology, the high-altitude platform systems that could constitute an unifying element of spatial balances. Once developed, these vehicles will be low-cost satellites, which will be able to orbit over areas of interest, with higher operational and tactical advantage, both for communications and for persistent observation. These high-altitude platform systems are challenges for the Portuguese Armed Forces, as are the challenges around new skills related to the value provided in the space surveillance and tracking programs, which the defense has been developing, and the space support which is provided in the National Strategy for Space. Above all, these challenges, in addition to the value that may be reflected at the operational level, may constitute leverage in national synergies with industry, academic partners, and in international cooperation, reinforce space capability development driven by the dual use of space technology for civilian and military purposes. Space, on the one hand, can be a disruptive element and in international cooperation from the point of view of those who do not follow technological evolution. On the other hand, the value of space is greater when it is cooperative. Space is also an area that fosters cooperation, where I highlighted the pooling and sharing perspective and the project GovSatcom in particular. But how to materialize the strategic value of space into the Portuguese Armed Forces? Basically, how to materialize the defense strategy for space. This slide crosses the operational objective of the defense strategy for space with the strategic axis of the national space strategy. It allows you to view the main actions to be developed for the implementation of the defense strategy for space, being an action plan based on the operational value, containing actions in favor of technological updating or creating new capabilities. For example, SATCOM, improving SATCOM capability for the different operational theaters in support of command and control in a resilient manner by considering the establishment of a monitoring and control center. Earth monitoring, responding to operational needs, developing the Earth monitoring capability, complemented with the capability to process and transform the images into a value product for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance and decision-making, as well as the new skills associated with space, surveillance, and tracking, expanding the national capability. It is important to emphasize that the action plan intends to contribute to enhance the performance of the armed forces through the exploration of space, build the military capability in the space segment in an integrated manner, ensuring joint command and control, and operational management in the general staff of the armed forces. The basis for expanding our capability development will be mainly through a cooperative way, involving industry and academic partners. The link between industry and academic partners is coordinated with the Portuguese Space Agency. Defense is one of the founders of the agency, which already includes military from the three branches of the Portuguese Armed Forces. In addition to promoting knowledge in spatial technology, the presence of military personnel in the Portuguese Space Agency will provide the identification of opportunities for the operational product of the Portuguese Armed Forces. I emphasize that space technology has dual use, civil and military. Basically, it will be to take advantage of this perspective. The most relevant will be to confirm that the national and defense strategies for space are aligned. Under the operational value priorities, defense has built a strategy that intends to build this value and contribute to industry, academic partners, and the national economy. With priority on the operational product for the Portuguese Armed Forces, the strategy will seek to respond to national priorities of industry and economy. The defense strategy for space is centered on the operational value in the Portuguese Armed Forces, but it can also bring advantage in the national economy and build knowledge in the very specific technological area. In a more objective way, it is intended to build operational value in the Portuguese Armed Forces, starting from their needs and operational knowledge, their infrastructure and financing, in the collaborative approach with industry and academic partners. This relationship will be the answer to the necessary development and will allow the production of operational value in defense, which will have a role of technological mediator and enabler for industry and academic partners, always from a perspective also of the dual use inherent to space technology in support the economy. I finish with some conclusions. The spatial technology competes for the operational value of the Portuguese Armed Forces. It contributes with a set of structuring and promoting elements like command control, communications, information, surveillance and recognition capabilities. The defense space strategy is aligned with the national space strategy, with a focus on the operational product. It can leverage the response to operational needs, existing gaps or limitations, and ensure the necessary technological follow-up to allow continuity in the integration of cooperative efforts that Portugal is part. Space will be seen as a separate operational domain, but mainly from a perspective of supporting actions on Earth. The defense strategy for space will be materialized on synergies to building value in the operational product based on the dual-use characteristic of space technology. I conclude my intervention and I will be at your disposal. Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Costa, thank you for your presentation and thank you also for keeping in the 15 minutes window of your intervention. Let's hear now the views of Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffmann. She is in Germany. She's following us through live streaming. Can we get the connection, please, on the screen? Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffmann. She is from the German Air Force headquarters in Cologne, where she serves as Assistant Head Branch for Space Operations. Before this position, she served in the Bundeswehr Command and Staff College in Hamburg in the scope of the National General Staff Course. She also served as Tactical Control Officer, as Operation and Plan Officer, and as Deputy Company Commander for Missile Defense Patriot. During her international career, she was stationed in France and in Turkey. Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffmann, thank you for joining us from your spatial coordinates in Germany. The floor is yours. Please take us on the next 15 minutes flights on this journey through space.
Thank you so much, sir, for the introduction, and I hope you can hear me all. Thank you also for the great presentation to Vice Admiral. Thank you for this. First of all, I want to say thank you, and I'm glad I can join this conference by internet. Because of COVID, it's not possible to do a lot of journey at the moment. Thank you for the invitation to be part of such a roundtable discussion with experts from different countries to such a super interesting and super important topic in all countries, especially for Germany, the space domain. And I would give a special thank to the planning team of this conference and the super organization behind the curtains. Thank you. I'm sure I'm not the expert with the longest and widest experience in this round because I'm assistant branch head for space since the beginning of August this year, but I really appreciate the exchange and if I'm not able to answer questions, I will notice them and will send the answer later by email. There are two reasons why I'm talking to you this afternoon, even when I'm not the biggest expert on the technical space level. It was hard to find a time slot for any person at the moment of our space community, because with the establishment of the Bundeswehr Space Command in July this year, and the growing international interest on this topic, our experts are busy on every level, tactical, operational, and strategic. But on the other hand, my presence today should show the huge interest of Germany to be a player in this domain and to share ideas, because we have capacities, plans, ideas, and we want to share our experience with other nations and to do our part to highlight the importance of the space domain in daily business, up to the relevance for future operational endeavors and military missions, together with our partners, friends, in corporations. And this is why I want to highlight two very important points during my speech. First, the growing importance of space and the growing relevance for Germany, the fact that space concerns each of us and not only in a military context, and that in our German perspective, space is and always will be a common effort, with cooperations, trust, rules, and for sure also dependencies. Let me start with the strategic relevance of space for Germany and the security and defense developments in the space domain of the last years. Space assets and space services, they provide underpin our way of living, as well as the prosperity, safety and security of nations in an unprecedented manner. Outer space services and applications are drivers of scientific, technological, as well as socio-economic development. Germany, like most other nations, is increasingly dependent on outer space. The increasing dependence on space assets of the civilian and military sector enhance the relevance of outer space for security, stability, and defense. Germany observes with great concern the development and testing of counter-space capabilities, threatening essential civilian and military space systems and services. It is in Germany's interest to ensure a safe and secure access to and use of space and a space environment that is sustainable, peaceful, and free from conflict. One of the most important factors is the speed by which those developments occur. Nations and international organizations like the EU or NATO have started to react to those developments. Within the next minutes, I'd like to go more into detail on current national developments. So let's start with a little bit of history in 2006. Because in 2000, sorry, I can hear myself at the moment. I will try again. Perfect. Okay, let's start with a little bit of history in 2006, because since 2006, when first military satellites were commissioned, the Bundeswehr has in fact been a military space actor. Acknowledging the dependencies and the need for national space assessment capability, the German Space Situational Awareness Center was founded in 2011 to keep the overview over both the space environment and space activities in order to provide warnings to spacecraft operators and space users. Within the last decade, technological development and capabilities, shifting balances in space power and increased show of force activities by different space actors have turned space into an arena of security and defense concern. With the 2016 white paper on German security policy and the future of a Bundeswehr, we have a key security policy document in Germany. While it includes aspects of all domains, it highlights the need for an unhindered use of global information and communication systems. Space applications, and in particular satellite systems, are defined as fundamental components of a critical infrastructure in Germany. Additionally, the space strategy of the German federal government in 2010 underlined the importance of cooperation, partnership, and a whole-of-government approach to meet the challenges resulting from space activities. Moreover, since 2017, the Ministry of Defense has a strategic guideline for space for international work to propel the developments in the space domain. In the spirit of an interagency approach, space security in Germany is a task for a whole-of-government network. The military plays a significant role within this network, but is far from being the only player. Jointly, the German Space Situational Awareness Center is operating since years in an interagency approach in order to make maximum use of the civil-military synergies and to contribute to a European architecture. And the consequence, and last step in this development, was to strengthen the space domain by establishing the Bundeswehr Space Command in July this year, based on the strategic decision that have been released in the key elements of the Bundeswehr for future. A Bundeswehr Space Command as an independent organization in Uedem, in the middle of Germany, and directly under the responsibility of the Air Force. The Bundeswehr Space Command under construction at the moment, and important to mention, but in the target picture, it will be a joint force command in which the Air Force and the cyber and information domain are also reinforced by the Army and Navy, at least through liaison elements, but preferably integrated organically into the structures. Therefore, the two chiefs of staff directly involved, the Chief of Staff of the German Air Force headquarters on the one hand, and the Chief of Staff of the German Cyber and Information Domain headquarters on the other hand. They both have emphasized key elements of a new space command. And the design determining factors are close shoulder-to-shoulder cooperation between the Air Force and the Cyber and Information Domain, and a significant contribution from the Cyber and Information Domain. The tasks of a new Bundeswehr Space Command are quite diverse and include the protection of critical space infrastructure, national territory, and population against space threats. So its task will be to coordinate all aspects of a military use of space by integrating them into a space C2 process. That means work on combining space support to operation and space operations itself. SSA is still one of the core capabilities which is embedded in international cooperation like CISPO, with French sensors in the European context, and also with bilateral cooperations. But we are also preparing to be able to plan and conduct space operations, to coordinate the control and current space systems and the space support and operations from one hand with the commander of the Bundeswehr Space Command. And all this is based on an interagency cooperation in the German Space Situational Awareness Center established 10 years ago, and national and multinational state and non-state partners. Of course, the successful interagency approach will be continued. At the same time, the national use of space depends on a variety and diverse set of non-military actors, such as commercial capability providers and actors in the research academic sector too. That means that part of Space Command's mission will be also to provide connectivity and integration capabilities to meet challenges from peacetime, space security events, to high-intensity military engagements with the widest possible range of national and multinational, as well as civilian and military capabilities. This also provides Space Command an interagency facet entirely consistent with our whole-of-government approach. The chosen future general structure of the Bundeswehr Space Command reflects the consideration in which the Space Command is planned as a step with all basic command elements. Together, these entities ensure operational command in space, perform planning foresight work, and ensure cooperation in the national and multinational environment. The number of posts and levels of founding are currently planning considerations and still in progress. But we will have also individual functionalities such as military intelligence for space operations and planning departure, or special departure for exercise and training developments too. So it's important to mention, I think, that the civilian portion will not become part of a command in order to preserve the original cooperative agreement. It is obvious that timelines do not allow a fully staffed and equipped command immediately, but first of all, the personnel in the Military Space Operations Center is reorganizing as an interim work structure, and it will be one of the challenges to find the right personnel for the right place in the next years. Germany is engaged in intensive cooperations too with various partners. The spectrum here ranges from military to civilian organizations and services. On the civilian side, these include satellite operators and industry, research institutions and science, but Germany also has extensive international relationships in the EU and NATO, as well as bilateral cooperations in space domain. And the Combined Space Operation Initiative already mentions with the Five Eyes plus France. Germany joined as a member in 2019 and participates in all working groups and is at the moment preparing the co-chair from Great Britain next to the US for the Policy and Legal Working Group and the Capabilities and Architectures Working Group. And in addition, bilateral expert discussions have taken place and are still taking place on the topics of policies, doctrines and concepts, research and development, science and technology, also as capabilities at ministerial level. So I think I run out of time. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm really interested in the next discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Verino Hoffman. You put some really good points on the table. Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. I turn now for the next panel speaker. Lieutenant Colonel Joel Neuber serves as the Deputy Director of Space Forces, U.S. European Command and U.S. Africa Command at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. In this position, he leads a team of Space Force Guardians assigned to integrate space efforts and effects. Prior to his current position, Lieutenant Colonel Neuber serves as the Space Operation Branch Chief for the United States Indo-Pacific Command in Hawaii. Nice place, I've been there twice.
Not too bad.
His background included duties in ICBM operations, radar surveillance, satellite command and control. He served as flight commander for a sea-based surveillance radar system and commanded the Air Force Satellite Control Network Detachment at Tool Air Base in Greenland. Lieutenant Colonel Neuber was deployed to Camp Harif Shan in Kuwait in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. Lieutenant Colonel Joel Neuber, welcome aboard. We are eager to listen to your ideas and thoughts on the topics under discussion. The floor is yours.
Rodriguez. Good afternoon, and thank you for the generous invitation to attend this significant event in this incredible location. I'm excited to be able to participate in these foundational discussions as Portugal defines its path forward as a prominent spacefaring nation. The theme of this conference, Space as a Domain of Defense, is a subject of great interest to the United States. The U.S. is eager to partner with all organizations represented here today to ensure that space remains a shared commons where all nations and economic interests are free to operate within internationally accepted norms of responsible behavior. Today, I'd like to briefly share the United States perspective on space as a domain of defense, to include discussion on threats and how we overcome them through defensive operations in the domain. Prior to the 2000s, the United States more or less took operations in space for granted. Over this time, our military, our economy, and our society developed a reliance on the ultimate high ground space provides. Space provides us with the unique ability to conduct activities with superior reach, persistence, endurance, responsiveness, and speed. Up until this past decade, there were relatively few space actors, and the technology did not really exist to hold our space assets at risk. The greatest threats were by large environmental. The space operating environment has changed drastically since then. An expanding commercial industry has normalized space access. More than 100 countries now operate satellites. In addition, emerging technologies now enable military targeting of once-safe satellites in orbit. Unfortunately, we have observed clear intent on the behalf of other nations to place United States space capabilities at risk. As a result, the United States has had to evolve its thinking on space. Just like land, sea, and air, space is now considered by the United States to be a warfighting domain. This acknowledgement is what led to the creation of the United States Space Force as a separate branch of the United States military in 2019, and the establishment of United States Space Command as a joint command the year prior. While the United States has officially declared it recognizes space as a warfighting domain, other nations understandably take different perspectives. Each nation looks at space through a unique lens that considers its own use of space, its political perspectives, ambitions, and alliances. And speaking of alliances, NATO took a monumental step in 2019 by declaring space a domain of operations. Today at this conference, we are discussing space as a domain of defense. While it may seem academic, there are important distinctions between referring to the space domain as either operational, defense, or warfighting. I'll take a quick moment to discuss each one, beginning with operational. By declaring space to be an operational domain, NATO is focusing on the integration and operability of capabilities provided by the differing member states. And with the focus on these capabilities as enablers of military operations, such as for communications, navigation, and intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance, rather than those with ability to deny space to adversaries. At the next level, when viewed through a lens of defense, a recognition is made that threats do exist to operational space assets, and actions need to be taken to protect those assets. Finally, warfighting operations seeks to not only defend, but gain the initiative and may neutralize adversary space threats before they can employ it against friendly forces. My focus for the remainder of this discussion will be space as a domain of defense and the actions we must take to defend the space domain. In order to have a discussion on defense, we must start by defining the threats we are defending against. Broadly speaking, space threats take two forms: environmental and adversarial. During peacetime, environmental threats are of greatest concern to space operations. Natural phenomena such as cosmic rays, solar radiation, have always posed a threat to the sensitive electronics on spacecraft. However, there is another environmental threat that has drastically increased in recent years, and that is the threat posed by orbital debris. I'm sure everyone in this room is very well aware of the challenge orbital debris poses to spaceflight and the increasing scope of the problem. Defense against this particular threat is a massive challenge for all space actors, and one no single nation alone can achieve. The second category of threat is adversarial. Adversarial threats are intentional and carried out by another state actor. These threats can be everything from a nuclear explosion in space to electromagnetic interference on satellite communications and links. Adversarial threats pose the greatest threat during wartime and may have far-reaching effects throughout the space domain beyond just the systems being targeted. Evolving attack methods now target all the segments of space system architectures, the space vehicle itself, electromagnetic linkages, and the supporting ground infrastructure. So how can we guard against these threats? The foundational key to space defense is understanding what is actually happening in the space domain. We do this through Space Situational Awareness, or SSA, and a relatively new term that the United States has begun to use, Space Domain Awareness, or SDA. SSA, Space Situational Awareness, is defined as detecting, tracking, and identifying all artificial objects in Earth orbit, an activity also known as catalog maintenance. The focus is on collision avoidance and safety of flight. Space Domain Awareness, SDA, takes the information compiled through SSA and takes it one step further. SDA is the identification, characterization, and understanding of any factor, passive or active, associated with the space domain that could affect space operations and thereby impact the security, safety, economy, or environment. SDA is a focus on predictive analysis, evaluation, and understanding of the environment. SSA and SDA give us the awareness of what is happening in space, but awareness without the ability to take action to preserve the capability is not defense. In order to complete the discussion of space defense, we must be able to take action that will prevent environmental and adversarial threats from taking away that which we value. Defensive operations protect and preserve friendly space capabilities before, during, or after an attack. Space defense falls into two categories: passive defense and active defense. Passive defense attempts to improve survivability through system architectural attributes. Passive defense measures include spacecraft maneuverability, self-protection measures, disaggregation, orbit diversification, large-scale proliferation, communication, transmissions, and emissions security, camouflage, concealment, and deception, and system hardening. In addition, international alliances, agreements, and treaties also play a significant role in passive defense. An example of this are the over 117 space situational awareness sharing agreements the United States makes with partner nations. We were very excited to welcome Portugal to that list in 2020. In addition to sharing data for safety of flight, these agreements contribute to open and transparent operations in the space domain. As more nations have access and ability to observe actions on orbit, attribution and recognition of hostile acts by the international community becomes easier, and nations will be less likely to take irresponsible or threatening actions. The second category of defense, active defense, describes actions to destroy, nullify, or reduce the effectiveness of threats holding friendly space capabilities at risk. Although this may entail reactive operations after an adversary has initiated an attack, active defense also includes proactive efforts to seize the initiative once an attack is imminent. Active defense directly attempts to circumvent or avoid the employment of a threat capability against the friendly space missions. It is important to note that not all active defense measures must be taken on orbit. There are political, economic, informational, and military options that can be terrestrially taken that will contribute to active space defense. International cooperation on space defense is challenging. Systems must be compatible, information must be shareable, we must have understood, agreed upon policy, and we need to collaborate and exercise regularly. None of these are easy, but they are all absolutely critical and worth the investment in time and resources necessary to make it happen. Space is truly a global commons, and it is up to the global community to ensure it remains safe and available. The United States looks forward to working with Portugal in the coming years as you define what space defense is for your nation. Your actions today will ensure the critical enablers and services provided by space systems will continue to be secure, stable, and accessible despite the rapidly changing threat environment. I look forward to your questions and the resulting discussions. Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel John Nuber, thank you for your very interesting presentation. Actually, I took some notes that will help me out on the conclusion, so thank you for that. Let's hear now the perspective of Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff. He is also following us through live streaming. If you can put him on the screen, please. Lieutenant Colonel Geoffrey Neff, welcome. He is the Space Domain Implementation Program Manager at SHAPE for NATO in Mons, Belgium. He leads the development of an organic NATO-shaped capability. He is responsible for the operational application of space within NATO, development of policy to support senior-level leadership and the political delegations of the 30 NATO countries. Lieutenant Colonel Neff has a diverse background in the development and application of spacecraft technologies. He has led programmatic efforts in basic and applied research, R&D hardware, developed full system acquisition plans for major defense systems, and led the technical analysis and development of actionable intelligence for ballistic missile system. Sir, we appreciate your presence in our orbit. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, General Rodriguez, for the great introduction. Thank you for involving me today in a conversation that desperately needs to continue. As the General stated, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Naff. I'm currently assigned as the Space Domain Implementation Lead for NATO's Allied Command for Operations, headquartered at SHAPE in Mons, Belgium. The operational use of space is a great discussion area, one that we probably should have been having quite a long time ago, maybe even decades. Today, though, I will speak briefly on how NATO has approached the space domain, but I will not re-attack the topics that my colleagues have talked about today. Their information is spot on, and I do not wish to dilute their message. The most important thing to take from today's session is space drives our society, our governments, and our militaries. Every operation relies on space, whether it is recognized or not. Organizations like NATO are no different. NATO actually has a significant history within space. Between the 70s and early 2000s, NATO maintained its own SATCOM constellation. But at the time of decommissioning, it was actually decided not to pursue any further on-orbit activity. And so that was around the 2006 timeframe. It took between 2006 and 2019 to declare space an operational domain in NATO. Well behind the other 4 operational domains, but we are very happy that it exists today. Since that December 2019 milestone, we've been working feverishly towards implementing this operational domain. One of the key tenets has been to approach this implementation with a purposeful approach and methodology, really ensuring that the implementation efforts are based on standardized processes and specifically meet agreed upon program management concepts. To do this, we initiated contact with headquarters to develop just the overarching concept. We rolled in phased implementation plan to ensure that specific criteria were addressed. We built in our work breakdown structure and dedicated lines of effort, and then we developed the integrated plan that put together our 5-year workflow and our product linkages, establishing a baseline of activity within NATO and how we are driving to provide capability to our headquarters. If you're not aware, as of this past October, the North Atlantic Council actually has approved that implementation plan, and we have initiated work to bring this domain to life for NATO. But that really brings us to the concept of what is NATO's ambition for the space domain? NATO does not have any desire to own or operate on-orbit assets. This is very specific. We do have contracted capabilities, but we rely heavily on our 30 nations to provide us with the data, products, and services that we require. With that in mind, the NATO space domain implementation is focused on the development of 3 operational functions: space domain awareness, operational space support, and space domain coordination. For NATO, it's very important to have a recognized space picture that is produced through a derived space domain awareness capability. This provides our commanders an educated understanding of the operational environment and allows them to push forward with the decision-making processes in order to achieve the operation and the mission and keep the troops safe during this time frame. Another key function is operational space support. From a NATO perspective and from a NATO nation perspective, this is the information that is fed to NATO in order to commit into operations, missions, or any type of activity. And then finally, we have space domain coordination. SDC is the collaboration that NATO, the NATO Space Center, and all subordinate and joint force commands have with our national entities and our partners. This is where we ask for capabilities. This is where we inform our partners on what our current environment is. That leads us to discussion about the Space Center. The NATO Space Center exists. It has been established. It's at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and it is part of NATO's Allied Air Command. The NATO Space Center is the hub of operational space for NATO. It performs constant collaboration with national space entities and all of the operational commands within NATO. It currently houses around 6 full-time personnel, but as the NATO space domain matures, so will the Space Center. It will progress into 24/7 operations and house around 36 full-time positions that will give a dedicated support for all NATO organizations, commands, as well as support to NATO nations. But the presence of space within NATO is much larger than the Space Center. At the completion of the implementation, we will have capabilities and personnel at each of the single service commands and joint force commands, and we will have a dedicated capability that drives our operations. With that, I promised I would be short. I would like to thank the Portuguese delegation and General Rodriguez for involving NATO in this conference. And I really look forward to the discussion that we're about to have and any future interactions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your thoughts on the issue. You gave us really some nice topics to think about. They really deserve our attention. I also take this opportunity to thank the initial intervention of the 4 speakers. Thank you for making my job easier on staying within the 15 minutes window. And I really appreciate the slow pace of speech of the 2 speakers on live streaming, because that makes the speech much more understandable here in the room. So now, really soon, I'm going to turn this section to the audience. I'm going to ask you if you can present to the speakers some really nice and juicy questions. But before that, I have 2 questions of my own. So my first question is a very clean and short question, which is how space domain will affect future operational endeavors and military missions. So I will invite Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffman. I will start pitching this question to you. If you can start and ignite this debate.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to start into this discussion with such an interesting question. So how the space domain will or could impact future operational endeavors and military missions. For me, it's clear that there is a possibility, and this is the point. So when we think about all the other actors are already they already said we are totally dependent on space services at this point. There are not only peaceful actors in our surrounding, in our daily life and also in the military, we are dependent on weather, financial markets, science, navigation systems. When you think about finding a place with your navigation system, I use my smartphone, for example. Air traffic, communications, observation nowadays is based on data coming from space systems. And this is the point why I think it's very, very vulnerable. And challenging these systems by jamming or also cyber threats to space systems have influence on our freedom of communication and for information sharing. And as already mentioned from Vice Admiral, in future conflicts will be led and decided across all domains, land, air, space, maritime, as well as cyber and information domain. So it's necessary to be prepared and resilient for multi-domain military operations also in space.
Thank you so much. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff, may I invite you to join this topic? What are your thoughts on this question, future operational endeavors and future military missions?
Thank you, sir. Yes. I'll be, again, very short. Space is the cornerstone. It is the foundation for every operation that we move into. Without space, we cannot fight the way that we typically do, the way we have learned to move forward. All of our training goes out the window. We have to revert back to 1950s, 1960s technology and tactics. We are not prepared for that. So bottom line is space is the enabling capability that ensures success from an operational perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Costa, do you want to
Yes,
jump into this discussion?
Yes, thank you. I try to say something different in addition to my colleagues. Well, I see in the space technology 5 main characteristics. Perspective, persistence, and penetration. Global action without restriction overflight. And then respect, another main characteristic. Support missions without being in the theater of operations. And the last one is situational awareness, the sum of the information. Both characteristics participate to building informational superiority. I think this is the greatest impact for the states empowered with the space technology. But this is an advantage for the states empowered, but is a disadvantage because there are some dependence. We need to create superiority, but we need to create some knowledge without space technology also. There are 2 greatest impacts. The advantage for the asymmetric value and the disadvantage because there are some dependence on the space technology.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Nober, may I invite you to join this debate?
Yes, sir. So looking forward into the future, 10 years out beyond, you know, space is going to become much more pervasive. We're seeing the things the commercial industry is doing right now with massively proliferated constellations of thousands of satellites. It's going to be much more accessible, not just to the superpowers, to the people with big pockets. It's going to be globally persistent and available. It's going to have several implications for operations militarily. I think we're going to have significant persistence when you look at the types of Earth observation and tracking networks that are planned, both commercially and militarily. I think the element of terrestrial surprise is pretty much going to go away because you will pretty much have something overhead looking 24/7, 365, able to penetrate through night, through clouds, different phenomenology. So it's really going to change the way military commanders on the ground have to think about what their operations are going to look like. And it's going to be a huge assistance for nations like Portugal that have broad areas of geographic expanse to cover, that will have consistent saturated coverage to monitor and provide overflights. So very exciting, but also very challenging. And it's going to really require significant mindset change on the behalf of all military personnel.
Okay, really nice and valid thoughts on this issue. So my second question, I will start with the contest and then I go to the question. And I look at Germany. In Germany, the space is is attributed to the Air Force. I see the US has the US Space Force, the sixth and the newest military branch, and has the US Space Command. I look at Portugal. Portugal is adopting a joint nature approach to space, and we have a representative from NATO. NATO is somehow pointing out to a combined approach to space. So we have 4 representatives of 4 different countries and 4 different institutions, and each one has a different approach to space. So my question is, what are the advantages of the particular approach taken by your country or by organization? What is the added value? What is the leverage it can offer on that particular case? So, Lieutenant Colonel Costa, I will start by you. You're playing at home field. I will start by you.
Thank you. Well, the new defense strategy for space considered space separate domain from the others, but concentrate the command and control and the operational functions in the General Staff of the Armed Forces, a joint vision, in support to the missions of the Armed Forces. I emphasize to support the missions of the Armed Forces. This joint vision enables the identification of transversal requirements, transversal also synergies that may provide the building of capabilities with the transversal applications. I think this is the solution for a country with some limited research, with ambition in this domain, but with a solid concentration of resources. I think this is the better option for a country which starts right now this way to build some autonomy in the space domain.
Okay, thank you so much. Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffman, can I pitch now this debate to you?
Yeah, sure. And I think it's a really, really interesting question. Thank you for this. And I'm really interested in all the other perspectives where it's the best place to implement a space command or the space capacity. Because for Germany, it was clear from the first moment on that this task is only feasible in a joint way. We have to do it in a joint way. Yes, it's under the responsibility of the Air Force, but it's definitely a joint command, and also the cyber and information domain, the land and maritime, is also dependent on space measures and also will be part of our future space command. And I think the limits there's no clear line in between air and space, and so this is the reason why I think personally it's just logical that this part is under the responsibility of the Air Command. But it's always a joint task for the whole Bundeswehr and also our government.
Thank you for your thoughts. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff, what are your thoughts on this issue?
Thank you, sir. Obviously, I have two perspectives when it comes to this. I have the U.S. and the NATO. Either way, I think it really comes down to maturity and capability of a nation or an organization. We have to remember that when we look at the U.S. as a model, the first Air Force satellite was launched in 1958. The Space Force was declared in 2019. Over 60 years where the U.S. did not have a space-dedicated function. As it matured, it learned that there really was this requirement out there to segregate this. When we look at NATO, NATO is not mature at all. It's going to take decades, potentially, for it to get to the point where it has a space capability or space maturity that it would dictate having its own single service command. And from that perspective, having it in AirCom as a competency of the air domain, basically, it is right. Yes, it's its separate domain, but we are not ready within the leadership chains, within our processes, within our planning, anything like that, to have us as a dedicated single service command. So there's definitely those two different perspectives. Again, that echoes back into, I do support the way NATO has moved forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your perspective. Taking from this perspective, Lieutenant Colonel Neuber, do you echo the same view or do you have different thoughts on the issue?
Largely, yes, sir. I think I agree with the comments that Jeff just made, that we obviously, that the 60-year history, we're just now getting to the point where we're establishing a separate service for space. And it makes sense because of the way the United States organizes, trains, equips, and presents in war fights. While there were many advantages to being with the Air Force, which is primarily how the space was organized in the United States prior to the establishment of Space Force, there were a lot of limitations with that. When you're bundled up with the Air Force, it makes it challenge. There's budgeting challenge. There's professional development challenges, doctrine challenges. That we just got to the point where we decided, you know what? I think as a space community, we need to have a separate, focused service, and it made sense for where we were at the time and where we are going now. But I don't think so much really it needs to be a service discussion so much as a joint discussion, and having a core competency of people who are looking at space and are focused on it as a mission set. I think that's really the critical thing, is that there is some sort of an entity somewhere at that joint level that is able to, across all the services, figure out exactly what are the requirements for space, how do we integrate, what are the operational needs. So I think as long as that function is being served, I think that's success.
Thank you so much. Actually, there are core competencies that you mentioned that raises some other questions, but it's now time to turn the discussions, the question and answer period to the audience. So I'll ask you for some nice and juicy questions. If you have a question, I will ask you to raise your hand, state your name, your company or your branch, what's your position, and please let us know if you are forward your question to a particular panel speaker or for all panel speakers. Please, in the front row.
I will introduce myself again. I am Vice Admiral of AML. I am the Deputy for plans and policy of the Joint Force, the General Staff. We have been speaking a lot about space, but not at high altitude also. Do you think the space will be enough, or this space between the atmosphere and the outer space is also very useful? We can profit from devices that can be floating, let me say, there for many days, and floating there for many days, they can do other kind of functions that satellites are not doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your question. Are we ready to start to address this issue? Lieutenant Colonel Costa, I will put you now on the hot spot because I know you are a PhD student and the outer space and space concepts and terms, you are a specialist. So do you want to pitch in and start the first row of reflections?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. If I understand all the question, first, the high-altitude platform systems. There are, as I said in my presentation, there are a platform with a high value for the armed forces, but there aren't yet in the maturated. It needs investigation, development in this platform. There are this platform operates at altitude, but not very high altitude, about 20-25 kilometers, just for this altitude. More than that altitude is very difficult, a lot of difficulties. I remember the batteries, some problems with the communication, but I emphasize that these platforms are very, very valuable for the armed forces, but aren't yet in maturity, technological maturity.
Thank you. I will open up the discussion. Any other thoughts on the panel? And anyone from live streaming wants to pitch in on this question? Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So near-Earth orbit, ultra-high altitude, it's a major player right this minute. It is something that actually gets, it really does not have the attention on it that it deserves. One of the problems we have with it is who owns it. It's not space, and there's a concept out there that it's not part of the air domain either. So we don't have any policy that is addressing this, and we have a lot of domains that are not wanting to play there because it is such a controversial area. But I will agree with the Vice Admiral. This is something that we need to put major attention to because of the capabilities of rams, scramjets, hypersonic glide vehicles. There's a whole series of potential weapons that are very concerning, and we need to start pushing forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other thoughts on this question? Please go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for this interesting question. And Germany also see the relevance of this sphere, and because it's not space, not air, so I can see the point. And I think it's very, very important to say that there's, as Germany always do, it's necessary to find cooperations, especially in the scientific cooperation sphere, to find new cooperations and to share the costs and capacities and ideas for this. That is a very, very interesting point. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much. Vice Admiral Gouveia Melo, do you think that your answer was clear? The answer was clear, or do you want? Is there any particular point that you want to go deeper? That you want the panel to go a little bit more elaborated?
I am not discussing the importance of space because everybody knows and we agree on that. I also agree that is a joint, for us in our scale, is a joint effort. But this altitude is a completely new area. And we have to push these things to be the first ones. I'm not speaking about the Portuguese, I am speaking about the West coalition. Otherwise, we will be left behind and we have to do some efforts to do that. So I try in my country, try to push these ideas to, in a way, to join also and leverage also this international interest in that. We have good weather, good basis that we can use for this purpose, for the development of these things, and an industry which is starting on these issues. So it's a very interesting thing for future, at least for Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the panel? Sir, in the first row.
Thank you. My first words are going to thank you for your excellent presentations and for the great interest that space takes in the Portuguese defense, and not only in the Portuguese defense. Having learned about the national strategy and about the defense strategy, I'm now worried about human resources qualified for this endeavor. Since the United States and Germany are ahead of this game, what do you recommend? Do you have special schools? Where do you get your experts? Where are they coming from? Universities? Are you picking them up from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force? What would be your guides for us now to invest and have a bright future? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a really good question. Me, as a director of instructions, that's a question that I'm particularly keen to. So, is there any thoughts on this? Any disciplines? Any cornerstone education? How can we prepare the women and men that go to this space dimension? Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I think early on, recognizing the challenges, I would lean very, very heavily on the scientific community. You have obviously a very well-established industrial base, and that is really, as mentioned earlier, kind of where a lot of activity and a lot of we're seeing the emerging trends and things happening. So it really actually makes it fairly easy, to on-ramp. When you have a robust industrial base and access across the EU, across NATO, through the United States, so many willing and able commercial partners that can assist you to help you get your feet on the ground from a capability perspective. Now, when we're talking doctrine, personnel, military personnel, that takes time. The United States is working with quite a few of our allies and partners here in theater and globally to provide space training. We have several training schools that we have set up, and back in the United States, the U.S. Space Command and the Space Force operate, that we welcome international partnership, and we can set up arrangements and agreements to have students attend those courses to get early foundational up through very advanced instruction on space operations, and how it can be integrated across the joint enterprise.
Thank you so much. Any panel speaker who wants to join? Lieutenant Colonel Costa, do you want to join this discussion?
Yes, I need the first step is build a culture for space. In the not in the basic instruction, but in the academy, in the initial years in the armed forces. Like we do in cyber defense, we need to building this culture for space. Is the basis for the education. And then some training, simple training and specific training, I think, with in the cooperative way with the international partners. Because I see I look to the space and the value provided from the space in the high value with this cooperative way. And this cooperative way participates to education and training.
On the panel speakers from live streaming, anyone wants to jump in on this discussion? Please go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoofman.
Thank you so much for this question, because this is one of the most important challenges, I think personally, in Germany, to find the right personnel for all the systems and all the tasks and all the things to do, especially in space. I think it's very important as a first step to show the relevance to everybody. It's an important topic, and this starts, I think, in the civilian life, also in school, on school level, to show how that it is necessary to have an eye on space and why it's necessary to be also to have a resilience, to have always different measures, for example, of communication, but to find the right personnel in the military service for the military use. Especially in the Space Command now in Germany, we have actually no school who is providing a special formation. We just have courses, and I just can invite also our international participants and interested persons to join our German Space Situational Awareness course, which is under the lead of the Bundeswehr Space Command in cooperation with our technical university in Braunschweig. These are 2 weeks, very, very deep dive into space domain, and every single year we invite different nations to join, and there are lots of places, I think 12 or more places for international interested persons to join. And especially on tactical level, it's just learning by doing at the moment, directly in our ops center. So the formation is one of the challenges for the future after implementing the Space Command. It's absolutely necessary to have real formation for this personnel, to also join personnel from the Army or the Navy who are interested to learn something about this topic, and to bring in their expertise, perhaps because of civilian studies, and to use this knowledge for the military purpose. But yes, the personnel, this will be a challenge for the future, especially for Germany. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Any other thoughts on this issue?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff.
So I think there's 3 very distinct areas that need to be addressed from this perspective. First, investment. Spend money on research and development. Bring technologies into your nations through developing capabilities and technologies. 2 is education. Start educating in the sciences and technologies at as early an age as possible. Set the next generation up to be successful. And then the 3rd is training. And I separate out education versus training. Training is more on-the-job military focused. Use your allies. Use NATO. There are many countries out there that have education or training capabilities that they are inviting partners into. NATO is available to help train as well. Send your people to NATO space positions. We will help them understand. We will train them in the operations of space. We will educate them in the technologies available. And then they will be able to bring that back to your nations and to the partnerships. So there's my big thing: investment, education, and training. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your reflection on this subject. I think all four answers, they were very comprehensive and did cover a lot of the issue. So open up again the Q&A section to the audience. Any other question, please raise your hand. I see one question from the US Air Attaché, Colonel Bernard.
Good afternoon. Muito boa tarde. Thank you for this great conference. As has been noted, there has been an exponential growth in the civilian space sector over the past few years. And as we look at that from a military perspective, can the panel speak about opportunities for military functions using the civilian sector? Or from the other perspective, are there risks of excessive investment using civilian capabilities? Or another way of looking at, are there military functions we need to keep, military space functions within the military? Thank you.
Well, that's a tough question. Good luck in trying to answer that one. Who wants to be the first in jumping in this question? Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey, thanks for being so brave.
All right, thank you. Great question, Colonel Bernard. So I think there's risk and reward in utilizing the technologies and the developments of the commercial enterprise. I think SATCOM is a perfect example of utilizing a contracted capability and having massive success with it. Starlink itself, with the amount of capability that it will provide and the ability to have secure communications over that, I think that's going to be a game changer. But when we start talking about something like missile warning or infrared, I really think that needs to be retained as a military-based technology. ISR would also be, you have two sides of ISR. With the commercial, we have pretty much really good access to imagery, but on the military side, we have significantly better resolution and ability to task when we need it in a timely manner. So ISR, I'm kind of mixed, but SATCOM, I definitely would go contractor or corporate. IR, missile warning, I would keep as a military function. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other thoughts on the issue? Lieutenant Colonel Joel Newber, please go ahead.
Yes, so I agree with everything Colonel Nash said, and I think also when we're talking about defense of space, commercial is an area really that helps us get after that problem set. When we look at disaggregation and the massively proliferated constellations, by leveraging the commercial industry, we're able to spread out our target sets, our footprint significantly broader than just a few big, fat, juicy targets sitting up on orbit. So there are definite advantages. There are, of course, disadvantages as well with doing it, as with anything. But I think we see that the advantages do outweigh the disadvantages, and that's why there are so many initiatives ongoing right now to partner with the commercial industry and to find opportunities where we can leverage a lot of the dual-use type technology and phenomenology.
So, thank you so much.
I want to say just one thing. The dual use is an opportunity to build some capabilities. There are advantages, there are disadvantages, but constitute an opportunity to building the capabilities, the basic capabilities, I said.
Okay, thank you so much. If there are no other panel speakers who want to intervene, I will close this Q&A. No?
Thank you.
Okay, so we are running almost out of time, but before closing up and going to the conclusions, I have one last challenge for my stars. You know, you are the stars in the sky of space. So I have a challenge for you to finish up before going to the conclusions. This morning, it was presented to us the national strategy for space. The Portuguese strategy for space points out to the year 2030. Well, in 2030, I'll be retired. In 2030, most of the generals and admirals of the Portuguese Armed Forces, today, they will be retired. So, as a legacy, as something to offer to the next generation, if there is a particular area, a particular subject, they should be investing now, what will be that subject? So, as a recommendation for the next generation, what is the key word? Just one word. What's the magic word they can invest now so they can be making the difference in the future? Lieutenant Colonel Costa, I'll start by you.
Thank you, sir. Just one word, but I have 3 words.
Okay.
Education and training, and investing.
And?
Investment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Verena Hoffman, do you want to step in this challenge?
Definitely. And it's exactly the same word I wanted to say. It starts with education, to be resilient in the future. The better you are educated for this and have different means to use, the more resilient you are. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Neff, do you want to offer your magic word?
Yes, so I'm going to approach it differently because I'm going to look at the 2030 goal. Robust position, navigation, and timing. That's where we lack a lot of ability. It's where we have the majority of our capability, but it's the easiest to remove from an operation. So, yep, robust PNT.
Thank you so much for your offer. Lieutenant Colonel Joel Newberg, what's the magic word from you?
2 words. I'm going to scare the science fiction nerds in the room, but artificial intelligence. Okay. Absolutely the key.
I know there are several players in the audience who really can catch up with your keywords. Thank you so much. So, dear audience, this has been an excited flight, but time flies, and we have to end this debate. Actually, we did talk about some subjects that a few years ago they will appear futuristic in nature, but today they are reality, and that's what we are facing right now. So, as for the conclusions, that's always a tough job for the moderator. I took some notes from your interventions, and I put all those notes in 5 groups. So I'm going to try to make here an exercise of those 5 groups and making an analogy and a metaphor to space. So on the first group, I call it the conundrum issues because they are the dilemmas. We discuss about the dilemmas of spatial as a warfighting domain or space as a domain of defense. And we talk about the different approaches and the dilemmas taken by different countries or organizations about if they are a branch, a joint, or a combined approach. So I am making a metaphor to space. I call these conundrum dilemmas the Big Bang Theory because that's from this initial approach that everything else expands, that's everything will flows from here. So there are no right or wrong approaches. It just depends on the context of which you are. On the second group of thoughts, I put here the threats. And here I emphasize the environmental and the adversarial issues. So I put those in the analogy to space, I put those in the dark matter because they are issues that we still don't know everything. There still needs some clarification. So I put this in the dark matter section. On the third group, I have here the solutions and opportunities. So this is my biggest group of ingredients. I put here the significance of defense, the resilience, the dual-use technology, innovation, interoperability, commercial integration, and international cooperation. So I will say that all those are the celestial bodies, those ones that will be making added value for the future. So on the fourth group, I have here the sphere of operational and operational needs and function. Several talk about it, even our keynote speaker talk about it. Here I stress the importance of ensuring all actors enjoy free and open use to space domain, namely in relation to SATCOM, position, navigation and time, Earth observation, space situation awareness, space domain awareness. So I put all those issues in the metaphor of light of speed because these are the issues they really to keep moving forward if you want to achieve something really fast. And on my final group of issues, I put them all in what I call the implementation and ambition. So on the implementation and ambition, these are really the themes where the sky is the limit. So that's where we need creativity, that's where we need innovation, to mutatis mutandis, to change everything that needs to be changed. So that concludes my final remarks, my conclusions. So it is left to me to appreciate the fantastic panels we had, the panel members we had here. Like I said, in the thematic about space, you four, you were my stars. I think you provide us a lot of knowledge, but I think you provide us more than just knowledge. Actually, I recall that recently the Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces talked about creativity and talked about foster a focus on the future. So I think the panel discussion today opened the discussion to new visions, to new ideas, to dimensions. So my four panel speakers did not only offer knowledge, but also offer some ways of thinking differently. So thank you so much for shaping our brains to new ideas. As a final thought, I would like to make just one more address. When we talk about space, we have a top view. You are looking down. You are looking to Earth. You are looking to the world. But at the same time, this is an opportunity to look inside, to have to look at ourselves. And also on this dimension, you provide a lot of thoughts that help us to be looking from the top, but also to looking from inside. So to finish, let's hope that the future is not something that just happens. Let's hope that the future is not something that happens randomly. That the future, let's hope the future is not an act of chance, but the future is something we can shape. The future is something we can work today to have results tomorrow. So I will ask a final round of applause to our four panel speakers.
Thank you very much, sir, and all our guest speakers. You have provided us with a very interesting and very inspiring debate. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's networking time, and we will see each other again at 17 for the key speak of the General Staff meeting of the Admiral Silva Ribeiro. Thank you, and we'll see each other again at 17. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us again. For the closing session, we now call His Excellency, the Chief of the General Staff of the Portuguese Armed Forces, Admiral António Silva Ribeiro. The floor is yours, Admiral.
Good afternoon. I start saluting the two Director Generals, the Admirals and Generals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by telling you how pleased I am for being here today, closing this first session of the National Defense Conference on Space, where you have the opportunity to exchange a fruitful and innovative debate on space as both an instrument of European policy and a new operational domain. I would like to, first and foremost, congratulate all those who were part of the working group which helped formulate the defense strategy for space and its subsequent action plan, two steering documents containing a set of guidelines for the engagement of defense entities intervening in this domain. It is undeniable that modern societies are increasingly dependent on space technology for their own security and well-being. In fact, today, numerous countries view space as a national intent and consider it an imperative for the promotion of social and economic progress, as well for international security. Considering the important role of space technology already plays in operational missions, this isn't a totally new area of expertise for the Portuguese Armed Forces. Nevertheless, from the pure space technology standpoint, there is still a significant number of opportunities to explore, some of which are worthwhile mentioning. First, to strengthen military effectiveness by further improving the exploitation of space-generated products and services. Second, to enhance connectivity and information superiority, as well as to boost digital transformation in the Portuguese Armed Forces by profiting from disruptive element contained in space technology. And third, to reinforce space capability development by leveraging on the dual use of space technology for civilian and military purposes. This is why the defense strategy for space will most surely contribute to the permanent goals for national defense, but also to the objectives contained in the National Strategy for Space 2030, especially regarding its support to the economy and national industry. This duality of purpose was the motto for the two round tables. In the first one, space was addressed as an instrument of European policy, which, with the participation of various entities from the European Union. The EU looks upon space and its products and services as a strategic component for its future, its economy and industry, in which defense has a role to play. This recognition finds its parallel in the recent creation of the Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space that leads the activities of the European Commission in the defense industry and space sector. This Directorate General's priorities, among others, are to implement and oversee the European Defence Fund and to explore European assets to enhance the crucial link between space, defence and security. Placing space under this directorate flags its strategic value for Europe's purposes and brings the defence industry and the space sphere sphere close together. In Europe, cooperative space programs are mostly developed within the European Space Agency. To ensure that the European rules are followed, the EU Space Programme Agency has been recently created with the mission to implement the EU Space Programme with a particular focus on maximizing socio-economic benefits for European society and enterprises. In the specific field of defense, European cooperative programs are being safeguarded by the European Defence Agency. Since 2018, space is seen as a priority element, thus motivating cooperative efforts to avoid the application of investments and ensure interoperability in areas such as Earth observation, satellite communications, positioning, navigation and temporal referencing, as well as space situational awareness. The European Space Surveillance and Tracking Programme must also be highlighted. Space is becoming increasingly jammed by spatial debris or by operational satellites used for the most diverse purposes, and its quantity is growing exponentially and without control. This programme, in which Portugal has been involved since 2016, addresses the space traffic management concern and is mainly focused on the ability to detect and catalogue objects orbiting the Earth, as well as on the assessment of collision risk in orbit or the uncontrolled re-entry of space debris into Earth's atmosphere. The resulting situational knowledge is a strategic asset that guarantees freedom of action and full use of space capabilities, ensuring equipment safety and deterring actions from third parties. The value of this program is also proof of the need to act in a cooperative manner, not only for funding purposes, but also to increase its area of coverage in viewing the enormous spatial range. The perspective brought by these different institutions has shown that Europe regards space as a strategic field, not only for its economy and industry, but also within the security and defense sectors. Therefore, space technological development have led Europe to envision space as an instrument in its policies in order to provide support to the leading states on the theme of space, without neglecting the need for cooperation among all EU member states. In the second roundtable, the focus was on space as operational domain. Regarding security and defense, space has indeed been acknowledged as an operational field, and we may even say that space has been militarized since the launching of Sputnik, the first satellite, in 1957. In the first space race during the Cold War period, space was passively militarized, as it mainly provided support to military forces. Nowadays, however, recent technological developments have allowed space to be actively militarized with weapons in space, a reality that may compromise the state's freedom of action and the use of space-based capabilities. Having recognized that space is indeed an operational domain, in 2019, the United States of America have established the sixth branch of its armed forces, known as U.S. Space Force, exclusively dedicated to space. NATO has recognized space as an operational domain at the London Leaders Meeting, held in December 2019, and is reorganizing its structures to ensure the right support to the Alliance's operations and missions in such areas as communications, navigation, and intelligence. One of the changes in progress at this moment is the NATO Space Center at the Allied Air Command in Ramstein, which concentrates the Allies' operational needs. In the EU, France and Germany have been at the forefront of the technological developments, concentrating investment efforts in space activities to achieve greater efficiency and effectiveness, streamlining resources and avoiding duplication, thus guaranteeing full use of existing capabilities and freedom to act. In Portugal, the armed forces make use of space assets such as satellite imaging, navigation systems and satellite communications. In accordance with the Ministry Directive on Military Defence Planning, the way ahead is to prioritize the development of capabilities to increase the ability to act from space, considering multinational efforts within NATO and the EU, which contribute to the interoperability of capabilities. At this point, it seems useful to present a brief perspective of the Portuguese Armed Forces priorities in the use of space. Given the most prominent operational needs, the following areas may be pointed out. First, improving SATCOM capability for the different operational theaters in support of command and control in a resilient manner by considering the establishment of a monitoring and control center. Second, expanding the national space surveillance and tracking capability by further integrating international partnerships. And third, developing Earth's monitoring capability by the acquisition of image supply services complemented with the capability to process and transform them into an added value product for the ISR and detection and decision-making. The implementation of the Defence Strategy for Space Action Plan will contribute to fulfill these three priorities, requiring a collaborative approach to take advantage of every opportunity to stimulate the virtuous link between the armed forces and the industry, to which we should be able to associate research centers and universities. In this collaborative model, the armed forces must contribute with their vast experience in building, structuring, and employing operational capabilities, providing guidance to the universities on priority research and development lines, and defining the necessary requirements for the technological development by the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, for tomorrow, besides the interventions of the Portuguese Space Agency and the General Directorate of National Defence Resources, the focus will be on capability development for the armed forces in the space domain, which, with the participation of several entities representing the national space industry and government agencies. I have no doubt that it will be a valuable opportunity for all of you to get to know the state of play as far as our national industry is concerned, as well as to promote the required collaboration between the main stakeholders. Finally, because it falls to all of us to think collectively when it comes to such a cross-cutting domain, I will leave you with the challenge of reflecting strategically on how countries with limited resources should look upon investments in this specific area, taking advantage of the dual use of space technology and international cooperation. I believe that by fully implementing the defense strategy for space in a collaborative and dynamic way, we will certainly play an important role in this new operational domain, as we did 500 years ago when Portugal led the technological developments in the maritime navigation. To conclude, I would like to thank everyone for taking this opportunity of joining us for such a challenging and inspiring debate and for contributing to this critical reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for your very interesting intervention. We now declare the afternoon session closed. Thank you for your presence and collaboration. We will restart tomorrow at 9:45. Thank you all.